Bienvenidos sean todos ustedes, mis queridísimos papirris pantuflitas, al casino del tío Salo, pero esta vez es un casino avanzado, porque traigo al gran Alex, al gran Farhan, para que les enseñen absolutamente de todo. Les había dicho, esto es para los miembros del canal de YouTube, solamente vamos a estar tomando sus comentarios, sus preguntas, lo que necesiten. Les diría a todos, solamente una acción, si quieren ver que revisen una acción, solamente una acción por nombre, porque hay muchísima gente repetida. Y queremos llegar a la mayor cantidad de preguntas de diferentes personas posibles. Y también estamos ahora sí que en vivo y en directo para todas las redes acá, para que no haya nada y puedan ver lo que estos cracks están haciendo. Así que sin más ni más, recuerden, esto lo hago lo hacemos en inglés y después lo traduzco yo a español para poder contestar sus preguntas y que todo el mundo entienda, pero la gran parte de la conversación es en inglés porque estos tíos son gringos como el tío Salo, pero el tío Salo sí habla español todavía, mano. Todavía hablo español. Déjenme nada más encuentro una plumita. Va a jalar o esta va a jalar. Esta, una Vic. No, las Vic nunca fallan. Ok, vale. Alex, Farhan, welcome, gentlemen. How are you?
Yo, good. How are you, sir? Good morning.
Pretty good. Thank you very much for asking. So, number one, let's just, before we get into the everything that the people want us to look at and whatnot, we're going to look at Bitcoin. But before that, how do we feel about the possibility of Joe Biden kicking it and not being a part of it? Do we think it's bullish for Bitcoin or bearish?
I think it's bearish if he's dead. I think it's like, at least for the short term, I think we're going to nuke very hard.
Yeah, no,
I would say the same.
I agree. Yeah, markets don't like uncertainty.
Yeah.
And then, you're going to have Kamala as the president, and then everyone's going to fight about something. So, yeah, it does feel like this is a possibility for this to just absolutely nuke if it goes the wrong way. And Bill Ackman, Uncle Bill, already tweeted, and we know that Bill Ackman is one of the parts, like
the most ethical man ever.
Well, he's the most important. He's one of the big important parts in this puzzle that's a complete pile of shit. So he's the biggest, most important piece of shit. And every time you see Bill Ackman aiming for something, watch the fuck out. That's what I want to tell everyone. Watch the fuck out. Bill Ackman is already saying, Biden's dead. So
I thought that was interesting because I kept seeing news channels on Twitter post about that all last night. And then seeing his tweet kind of solidified, like, oh, wow, yeah, maybe there's actually something wrong with Biden, which is interesting. And we have seen him, like, cancel a bunch of events. Certain senators already talking about the possibility that he's not doing well. So it's going to be an interesting week regardless, for sure. Especially with the ETH ETF launch right with this news. It's going to be very interesting.
Okay, so how do we feel about the ETF for ETH? A lot of people are asking, bullish, bearish?
It's been very much of a letdown so far, because if you guys have been looking at Ethereum BTC, like it's just been going sideways and down, like regardless of the ETF, which is the opposite of what Bitcoin did on its ETF.
Yeah, absolutely.
No, I agree. Yeah, it's just been kind of flipped, and we've just seen a mute reaction with ETH. Do I think we could start seeing more of a reaction now that the launch has happened? For sure.
This is going to sound hilarious, but XRP is doing better than Ethereum right now.
That is ridiculous. By the way, I doubled my money on Joe Biden last night. I saw it went down like crazy, and they were like, the president's dead. I bought the dip, and it fucking worked out, and that's paying for a website. Let's just say that.
Nice. Here we go.
Let's get started. You boys want to start with the Bitcoin, basically. What else? I mean, we're breaking down right now.
As our former president says, your Bitcoins.
I'm going to take care of all of your Bitcoins.
I love the way he said Bitcoins.
And he takes like a big pause and hits the B, like in billions and billions and billions. My God, I'm glad comedy's back to the White House. Let's hope they don't kill him just for that alone.
Farhan, you want to share first?
Yeah. Let me make sure my stuff is set up.
Vamos a empezar con el análisis de Bitcoin para todos. Vamos a ver cómo va esto que está teniendo una ruptura a la baja.
That's weird.
Y para que sepan todos ustedes, nosotros, bueno, ellos dos solamente tradean Bitcoin todo el día y toda la noche porque es muy volátil, puedes ganar para arriba, para abajo, pero obviamente su sistema funciona para todo, por eso están aquí estos padrinos. Ahorita vamos a revisar Bitcoin para empezar por acá, que se me hace bastante importante para todos. Sé que hay bastantes de ustedes siguiéndolo. Ready.
Cool.
Oh, it's
Yeah,
not showing me the indicator.
There it is.
That's so
Hi,
weird.
Alex.
No worries at all. Yeah,
I'm going to eliminate ourselves from here.
Perfect. Yeah, so we've just been in a nice, we've just been consolidating for a minute after breaking out here. And right now, currently, Bitcoin on the 5 hours, what we're viewing, it is looking heavy. Not simply because we have a red candle here. You know, it's looking heavy in a sense because we're losing the EMA 9. And why I like watching the EMA 9 is because it's often a strong indicator of bounce zones and trends. And we can see here from this nice steady up, right? We broke out here. You can see here that Bitcoin doesn't really like to stay under the EMA 9 too long. And this is on the 5 hour. I like using this on all time frames, but the higher you go, the more accurate it is. And so what we see here is, you know, we attempted to break above and go to the 2021 market cycle high area. That's kind of been the area I've been watching for a while. And you can see Bitcoin almost went there and went to 68,500. But, you know, unfortunately, it sold down. And then here, you know, it kind of made like you could see a double top with also like a lower high here. So right now we're getting the breakdown. We're technically breaking my meme support range. You know, we do technically have support right here, right around 64,600. I'll be looking for that as an opportunity zone, potentially. Right, depending on what happens with news flow today, though, could dictate. And we've also seen Bitcoin start selling off before ETH. This morning, ETH was green, Bitcoin was red. And I do think people probably were starting to sell their Bitcoin and cycle into ETH right before the ETF launch. Now, with a lot of uncertainty in news, it's going to be hard to kind of gauge price action across the board with risk on assets. So for now, yeah, I do think Bitcoin can come down on the short term. An area I'll be watching here is 64,600. I think that this could potentially be another higher low because even though we're breaking down here, Bitcoin is still in an uptrend on the daily. And so we have to look at all pullbacks as an opportunity. And you can see here, just like how on the 5 hour, the EMA 9 is super strong support or resistance, right? We can see in this downtrend, doesn't like to stay above the EMA 9, which is this red line here. And so after breaking out, we only really tested it one time. And Bitcoin, you know, it almost tested it, but it didn't actually hit it fully. So what we could be seeing here is just a simple daily backtest of the EMA 9. But right, with news flow, there's often a lot of just, you know, unpredictable price action. So for now, I'm just basically real simply watching 64,600 or this daily EMA 9 zone at 65,300 area.
Makes sense. Farhan, you want to share yours?
All right, yeah, mine's finally working now. That was
Let's do it.
Yes.
God damn it, technology.
Yeah. Sign out. Sign out.
Here goes the rainbow charts. Very inclusive of yours.
Very inclusive.
You know, I support it. I support everybody.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
All right, so I have basically the same thing that Alex said on his thing, where I have right here at support right around $65,000. I'm looking at on the weekly the bottom 382% to hold, which is around 66,500. So I'm thinking that we probably go down around somewhere around here to 65, maybe 64.8, make a wick, and then hopefully close the for the bulls, close the week above the 382%. So then we could target the median right here around $72,000 or $73,000. And right now we're still above this meme line right here, this yellow meme line, which also lines up to this bottom 50% at $63,000. Let me switch to go to the momentum on the daily. So far, right now, momentum on the daily is still up, while volatility is going down. We want to see this volatility flip back up to support the upwards momentum. Then at that point, we could target the 61.8% level, which is around $91,000. Pretty insane number. Usually, whenever we get volatility support with the momentum, we can target the 61.8% level. And usually it wicks a little bit above it. So right now, like I've mentioned it before, my TP on my long is at 93,000. I think it will go somewhere between 93 and 95 before it pulls back. And right now, the weekly candle still looks pretty good. This is the monthly, my bad. The monthly candle still looks really good, where it wicked right below all of these previous supports, took the liquidity below all of these, and now it's well above all of them. So if it closes somewhere like this will confirm a swing failure pattern, which is basically like a move where it takes out the shorts before it moves up higher. It takes the liquidity from the shorts below their lows, and then it uses that liquidity to push the price action up higher. The weekly candle right now, we have yet to approach the major support. We're at the minor support at this level, but the major supports this 5 and the 9 EMA. So if we get to that zone, I'm thinking this is going to be a very strong zone, a bounce zone, if we even get there.
Around the 64 area, right?
Yeah, 64H to 65K. We have the same thing on the daily. On the daily right now, we have just confirmed the silver cross, where the 21 EMA is crossed above the 55. Whenever you get those, you typically use the 9 EMA as an entry point. So right now, we haven't hit the 9 EMA yet. It's at 65.3, which is the same number that Alex just gave out.
Mm-hmm.
And we have momentum pointed down and the volatility pointed down right now, which is a corrective move. So whatever move we have downwards right now is statistically likely to be corrective. So at this point right now, we're going down. We're about to hit the 9 EMA, and we're about to hit the middle zone on momentum. Usually whenever we hit the middle zone, it's like a reset zone. And then from there, we can decide if we're going to go break down or if we're going to consolidate and break back out.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, with how this is looking, is considering the silver cross is looking like we're going to retest this 9, possibly make a base there, and then go back up to retest the 61.8% level, which is currently at $70,000. Right now, what's worrying me, though, is that on the jewel, we are flipping from a buy signal to a neutral signal, but we don't want to see this close the day on a sell signal, which is this dark blue color right here. So we're hoping that this stays on a white neutral signal while this holds 9 EMA, then it ends up consolidating and breaking out while this switches back to a neutral signal. A buy signal. For now, we have the ideal signal, though, where the fast pink oscillator is above the slow yellow one. So for now, it's looking like we're a corrective move. Let's look at the 6 hour. 6 hour right now, we're losing the yellow 21 EMA. We want to see it. We still have about 4 hours to go. We could see it wick down to the 78.6 around that same 65.3. We would want to see it wick and have a reaction really quickly from there and end up closing above this 21. Because if we don't close above the 21, then very likely we're going to come down to this 55, which is around 64.5. 4 hour. 4 hours, same thing. We're losing the 21, and then we have 2 closes below it. Around the third close below it, then with 3 settles below it, then you can target the lower EMA, which is around that same 65.2, 65.3 number.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so everything right now is looking like we're going to retest 65.3 to 65.5, possibly make a higher low there, consolidate there for a couple of days, and then go up. Either that or we nuke straight to 65 and we go to like 61 or 62. Right now, I'm biased towards making a lower on 65.3 to 65.2.
Yeah, the only thing that would worry me in this scenario is if Biden's dead. If he's dead, then this shit's gonna go down like fucking like good along with the rest of the market. And I believe that'll be an opportunity to purchase, like to buy, because simply what was going to happen from the start that everyone loved is going to happen, which is Donald Trump going in and just doing whatever he wants, depreciating the dollar, printing more, and all of the good stuff that he does, right? So I believe, too, that this could be a really great opportunity for entry and just a big, massive shakeout for everyone that was, I'm very smart and I went long, just like me. So that's what I think, that's what they're going to do. All righty, let me translate this shit and let's fucking go to the next one and start with these, for these guys. Just going to put it on my screen. Vale, pues, estamos viendo Bitcoin básicamente, y esto es solamente traducción. Estamos viendo Bitcoin hacer un alto más bajo por acá, tienes un bajo más bajo por acá. Esto es en la diaria, pero si lo vemos básicamente en la semanal, seguimos en una mega muy buena tendencia alcista, esta consolidación del cup and handle que nos va a llevar mucho más para arriba. ¿Qué niveles estamos viendo en este momento? Creemos que simplemente basado en momentum y volatilidad, cuando lo estamos viendo en la semanal, momentum va para arriba, la volatilidad va para abajo. Queremos que voltee la volatilidad para arriba y el target, el objetivo con la volatilidad para arriba, estamos hablando de $91,000. Y Farhan todavía tiene los huevos de decir que él va a tomar ganancias a los $93,000, pero una vez más tiene que voltearse y flipear la volatilidad de negativa a positiva. Ahora, cuando lo estamos viendo ¿cómo se llama? Cuando lo estamos viendo ahorita en la diaria, estamos viendo que el Joule está básicamente se está yendo que es uno de los indicadores que tiene Farhan, de comprar, se fue a neutral y no queremos que se vaya a ventas. ¿Qué niveles estamos viendo en estos momentos? Estamos viendo más o menos justo esto. Entre los 64,800 y los 65,300 se ve una buena oportunidad. Puede que el primer nivel donde nos quedemos sin llegar a bajar todo esto son los 65,500. Estamos en 66,180 y podríamos llegar hasta los 61, 62 si el presidente Biden se llega a morir. Sería por acá. Lo que no queremos es romper esto en los 53. Estamos buscando no hacer eso, pero estamos ante una muy buena corrección, que es lo que estamos buscando como una oportunidad de compra simplemente porque seguimos en tendencia alcista. Ahora sí, les vamos a dar a los papirrines, a las pantuflitas de acá, a los miembros del canal, bienvenidos y vamos a empezar. Ok. Buenos días, buenos días. All right, boys, how do you guys see Warner Brothers? Who wants to take it?
Check it out.
And that's WBD. Vamos a empezar con Warner Brothers.
Perfect.
All right, let me bring it up.
Nice.
Can you?
Yeah, no. So
can
Warner
you see with
Brothers,
that? Yeah,
you
right.
see it?
Hmm?
Nice. Perfect.
If you see the police, Warner brother.
God damn it.
Perfect. So what I'm going to do right here is flip off the EMA 100 real quick on the daily. And I just want to focus on this 9 here. So we can see we're kind of in the middle of at least my support range. I do think that, it is a good sign when you do see a daily start to reclaim the 9 and then kind of base off of it, bounce from it. You can see every time Warner Brothers has gotten above it, it really likes to fizzle out after. A few closures and then just kind of goes down, a few closures and then fizzles out. So what I'd want to see to have a bias to, go up and tap this $10 region, specifically like $10.78. Ideally, it would be that we just hold the EMA 9 on the daily. And if we flip to the EMA 100 now on the daily, you can see the difference in kind of structure right here, just using simple EMAs. This purple one is the EMA 100. And you can see that price, even though it's gotten above the 9 here, here, and here, the difference between this now is the fact that it did get above the EMA 100, which is basically, price hasn't been above it in a while, since, December of 2023. So for me, that's a very good sign, especially on the daily. Just like on the EMA 9, what we'd want to see here is the EMA 100 and the EMA 9 start coming together, acting as really strong support for an expansion up to that $10.70. If we go to the weekly here, weekly looks very good, actually. Looks like we put in a base here, and, we got that expansion up, and now we're just back testing, to me, the weekly EMA 9. And you can visually see how it's been kind of held down this entire time. And so getting it back above this and reclaiming it is an extremely strong sign to me. Short term, it does seem to me that potentially this could be a bottom, and we could see a nice trek up at least to that $10.70 region that I have, which is still a nice move from where current price is. Yeah, it could be a nice 26. Move. So Warner Bros. Has a big range, and it's been just kind of fizzling out for a while. So it's promising to see this kind of structure form. We just want it to hold. You know, oftentimes you'll get, you know, something like this where you'll get a nice expansion candle up and then it just sells off the next week. So ideally, yeah, it's a good sign that we're seeing it backtest the weekly EMA 9 and hold it. And that's exactly what you'd want to see just for, you know, kind of a move up. If we go to the lower time frames, you know, it's basically the same thing. The 4-hour is looking good. It's just backtesting the 9 on the 4-hour. And to me, this looks like it wants more upside. So Warner Brothers to me is looking quite good. As long as it holds just, you know, we'll call it just a daily EMA 9. I think that'll be a telling sign. And, you know, if we get down there on the daily, that could be an opportunity if it does hold.
Nice. Perfect. All righty. I'm going to share mine just with everyone. Este es mi gráfico de Warner Brothers. Lo voy a poner primero. Estamos en la diaria. Voy a prender aquí rápidamente para que puedan ver los EMAs. Mi gráfico no es tan limpio como el de Alex, pero ahí les va. ¿Qué estamos viendo? Hemos visto que ¿lo tengo acá o no tengo el 100? No tengo el 100, pero el precio ha estado bajo todo, digamos, bajo el EMA 9, ha estado bajo el EMA 9 todo este tiempo hasta aquí. Esta zona es donde rompió a la alza y esto es algo que no había podido hacer desde el 2023 en diciembre, para que tengan una idea. Sabemos que una vez que toquemos el 200 y lo superemos, muy probablemente veamos un cambio de tendencia, pero estamos lejos de eso. En este momento, si volteamos a ver la semanal nos pone una fotografía bastante clara donde puedes ver cómo el precio está buscando el EMA 9 para hacer un rebote a la alza y muy probablemente irse por ahí de la zona de los $10, que está por acá. Y esa zona, básicamente, de aquí a donde está la zona de los $10, son un 26%. Una cosa que tenemos que decir es, lo que queremos hacer es que aguante el EMA 9 en la diaria, en la semanal y también en timeframes más cortos, como las 4 horas, por ahí, para asegurarnos que estés bien encima de la tendencia y pueden verlo ahí como está básicamente tocando, rebotando y va a la alza. Y aparte aquí en temporalidades cortas ya rompiste el 200, que es bastante bueno. Entonces Warner Brothers se ve bastante bien en este momento y de nuevo lo único que tienes que ver es asegurarte que tengas un buen cierre encima del EMA 9, que es el naranja en esta cosa, está por acá en las 4 horas. Acuérdense que cambia con toda la temporalidad. En la diaria está básicamente en los 8.17 y en la semanal el EMA 9 está en los 7.96. ¿Ok? Vale, pues. Vale, tíos. All righty, let's go. By the way, bienvenido, Eduardo Gutiérrez Sucla. All righty, Enovix. By the way, we're going to go through the same fucking charts that we already did a billion times before. So welcome to my motherfucking life, son. By the way, you guys fucking look at Bitcoin every day, all day. So what am I talking
every
about?
Day.
Yeah,
I like doing that. Kind of keeps the story alive. We can kind of see, you know, what we said last week. Yeah. Correlated to this week.
I enjoy that too. You open a chart, it's already drawn, and you see it like hitting your levels perfectly, and you're like, ah.
Yeah, exactly.
When we have those little drawings out, and then we can get our clout tokens.
Yeah, exactly.
All righty, Enovix. Okay. Well, what are you looking at right now? Are you
right now? I have it on the weekly.
Weekly. All right.
So right now on the weekly, we still have our silver cross that we confirmed about 2 weeks ago. We have the 21 crossing above the 55. We are getting a little bit of a correction right now. We're holding the 5 EMA for now. If this is going to be a very, very strong uptrend, we're going to continue to hold this 5 EMA base around here. Then I would target the 95% next, which is around $20.50. If it's not as much of a strong upwards move, we're going to correct down to this 9 EMA. But this 9 EMA is going to go up with every closure. So I'm guessing it's going to be somewhere around $14.50 if it does retest it by the time it moves up. If we do continue to hold this red 5 EMA on the weekly close, though, I'm guessing we're not going to go down to this blue 9. It's going to be a trap, bear trap, and we're going to continue upwards from there. We check out my indicators. Right now, my momentum indicator is currently positioned to the upside, which is giving me bias towards this 5 EMA holding, and we also have volatility positioned to the upside as well, which is supporting that idea that the 5 EMA might hold. On the counterpoint, we have the jewel over here flipping from a buy signal to a neutral signal. We don't have the sell signal yet, but this is the first step you get before you confirm the sell signal. Let's go to daily. Right now, the daily, we have 2 closures below the 21 EMA, and we're getting a little bit of a bounce right now. I'm thinking if it's bearish, it's going to retest this 21 EMA. It's going to reject and then move down to the 55, which is around $13.50. Right now on the momentum, we have momentum pointed downwards on the daily. We have volatility pointed upwards. So it's telling us this is not a corrective move. This is an actual impulsive move to the downside. And we have the jewel right now on a heavy sell signal where it's pointed vertically down to the downside. Switch to 4. 4 hour right now, we've lost the 21 EMA and we're basing off the 55. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 closes below the 21 EMA, and we're getting 1 bounce off of 55 right now. If we do hold the 55, I'm thinking we'll probably move up to retest the 5 EMA if it's bearish, around $15.40. Reject there, and then I would, if we reject it, I would expect to move down to the 200 simple moving average of the 99% range, which is around $10.75. Right now, we're getting the jewel moving into the bearish control zone, this purple zone, but it still has a heavy downward signal. We want to see it like flatten out like this, and we want to see it switch white to neutral and then buy. But right now, we have no like sign of that at all. So we want to see it like for bull's sake, we want to see it continue to hold here at $15, and then we want to see it move up from there. What bears want to see is to see $15 either break or move up slightly, make a higher low, and then continue going lower from there. So far on the higher term time frames, it doesn't look very good, and on the lower term time frames, it looks very bad.
Yeah. So whenever you're looking at something and on the higher time frames, like a weekly, looking better than the short time frames, how do you look at that? What is the rationing behind it?
Cautiously optimistic. Where I would be looking for longs with very, very tight
stop losses.
Yeah. To where I wouldn't have to risk very much to be wrong on the trade.
It makes all the sense in the fucking world. I analyzed this yesterday for someone, and I was like, fuck, the shorter time frames are really bad, but like the weekly seems pretty good. And I was just thinking like, so what's the fucking move? And now I understand. Thank you. Thank you. All righty. I'm going to put this bullshit over here. Ahí les va. Entonces voy a tirarles el tablón de Enovix. Denme un segundo, aquí lo tengo. Bastante sencillo. Perdón, mis tablas están muy sucias, pero bueno, ya vieron lo que hizo, lo que había puesto Farhan. Ok, en la semanal en Enovix tuvimos un cruce plateado, que es cuando el 21 EMA y el de 55 se cruzan, y está aparte aguantando el 5 EMA, que es este naranja. Estamos en la temporalidad semanal, recuerden. El objetivo en este momento son los $20.50, si es que es fuerte, pero si no, muy probablemente tu siguiente nivel está por ahí donde está el EMA 5, que es los 14.32, 14.15. Eso es si el movimiento no está fuerte. Momentum va para arriba, volatilidad va para arriba. Eso quiere decir que hay una buena posibilidad de que aquí el EMA 5 nos aguante, el EMA 9 nos aguante vara, pero el Joule se fue, que es el indicador de Farhan, se fue de comprar a neutral, y eso puede ser negativo y se puede ir a venta, ¿ok? En la diaria estamos viendo otra fotografía. Como pueden ver, perdimos el EMA 9 y estamos en el EMA 21, también lo perdimos, y ahora estamos intentando rebotar en el SMA 30. Básicamente, lo que estamos viendo por acá es que hay una gran posibilidad de ir a buscar el 55, que está por ahí de los 13.40. Y en esta temporalidad, en la diaria, el Joule tiene el indicador de Farhan tiene una señal de venta muy fuerte. En temporalidades bajas, que son las de 4 horas, pon tú que estaba viendo Farhan, pueden ver que estamos abajo de todo y lo único que estamos aguantando es el de 55, el EMA 55. Si perdemos esto, muy probablemente tengamos un movimiento para abajo. ¿Qué es lo que queremos? Queremos que los toros, si eres alcista en esto, quieres aguantar los 15.50 para poder tener un buen cierre, cerrar encima de todos estos EMAs importantes. Y si no, para los bajistas es abajo de los 15.50 y ahí es donde te encontrarías con todo. Cuando, y esto es algo que le acabo de preguntar a Farhan, cuando tienes una tabla que se ve muy bien en la semanal y se ve mal en corto plazo, esta es la de 12 horas, por ejemplo, que empieza a perder estos niveles importantes, eso quiere decir que esto puede ser una oportunidad de compra, pero con precaución. Entonces, si vas a entrar a hacer un long, que es a la alza, lo que recomienda es poner un stop loss bastante apretado en tu posición para que no se te vaya al suelo y se vaya con todo al piso. De nuevo, puede ser una oportunidad de compra importante, pero tiene que aguantar 15.50 para poder seguir empujando el precio hacia arriba. Espero que esto les haya servido a todos. Vamos con la siguiente. Wait, what the fuck did I just do? 1 second. There we go. There we are. You guys are muted. Did I mute you or you guys muted yourselves?
I muted myself.
I muted
Good.
myself.
Good. Lucid. Let's go check out Lucid. Why not? Alex, give it to me, baby. Wait, what?
Let's see this. Okay, let me pull this up. Yeah, Lucid is an interesting one. I mean, that's that's the electrical vehicle.
That's the electric car, exactly.
Yeah.
My guy can't sell more than 1,000 of them.
I was about to say, do you think they sold more than 5 cars this month?
You know why? You know why they did? Because they're so cheap right now. They're getting incentives, discounts. The used ones are going for nothing. I do feel like they're doing okay.
Sign release right now for $39 a month.
They're going to be the new Maserati, the electric Maserati.
The Ghibli.
$4.99 a month, motherfuckers.
Bro.
All righty. Here we go. Lucid.
You straighten that out. Perfect. So I'm on the monthly chart here. And I mean, it's been an aggressive downtrend, and we can just see that. The difference here now is we are pressing the EMA 9 on the monthly. You know, like I've said before on Bitcoin, I just think it's a nice tool to use. It can kind of tell us when the EMA 9, I think it's a nice tool to use. It can kind of tell us either the strength or the weakness that a simple asset can have. So with Lucid, you can clearly see, like, anytime it gets up to this monthly, it just rejects. You know, and this just led to a nice move down after this nice pump. So currently what I see on Lucid is it's trying to potentially put in some kind of base here on the monthly. We'll know that things are shifting if we can just simply get a monthly closure back, you know, around that $3.71 level. You know, I think that would be a very key metric that we easily could go back up and squeeze. Next level, if we get that monthly closure, I would be looking for is right around that $5.38. Let me go here to the weekly. So the weekly is not looking too bad. We can see we had a breakout here, you know, and the nice part about this weekly is it closes really strong. You know, this is a nice big girthy candle that's green. And so what we're kind of doing now is just back testing this 9 while still holding support. And you can see here the weekly EMA 100 is coming in almost right around $7.34. So how I'd look at this is if we can hold this weekly EMA 9, and right, you can see it's just held price on this entire time. So getting back above it and holding it, you know, will be a really, really good sign. What I like to do is often look at moves like this. We, you know, how did price react last time we got above? And we see the expansion up, went to almost to the EMA 100 on the weekly, and then came all the way down, fizzled out, lost it, and then collapsed and deviated down, and then made it a lower low here. So what I'm seeing here, and what I'd want to keep seeing, is just this 9, right? Like $3.16, and this will keep moving as the days go by. But you know, ideally by the week, by like when the week closes in around 3 days, you know, price will be above $3.16, $3.18. And then it just basically back tests it for potentially a move to, like I said, that $5.39. Now, if we can get above that level, that'll show a lot of strength overall. It'll be that, you know, this could look like a massive, potentially bottom, but then also a deviation, because we can see here we lost support. It even went and bearishly retested it, which does tell me that this is now resistance. So getting back above this will be a really key metric for price. But one thing after the next, we absolutely just need to hold this 9 on the weekly. If the weekly can hold it, it probably does bleed into the monthly, which then would probably tell me at least that the monthly is most likely gonna, what's it called? Basically reclaim the 9. And so let's go to the daily now. And so the daily looks interesting. I mean, it's like it's on the edge, 50-50 in my opinion. We see we lost the 9 here on the daily, which was, keeping price up from this bottom. If you just played the 9 up until that point where, price lost it, that still would have been a nice 39% move, just simply playing this, price reclaimed the EMA 9, having the thesis that, okay, well, as long as daily holds the EMA 9, I'm just going to keep bidding this. And then you can see how that just would have worked out. But now you see we did lose it here, but then price did reclaim it, and now it's basing off of it. So as long as this holds, I wouldn't have any cause of concern. If this doesn't hold, the like $3.55 region on a daily closure. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if we potentially. What I'd first look for is like back testing. We can see here that price is rejected. This area. So what I like to do is I like to see, okay, when did it reject? Okay, this wick high here. Let me just add a simple line, and you can kind of see how it's basing off of it now with the daily EMA 9 above it. So what we'd want to see is for this meme line to hold, we'd want the daily EMA 9 to hold. If it doesn't, I would see a move probably back to like that $3.10 region. But for now, I mean, Lucid's looking quite good. And, it looks like it potentially has put in what we have here is a low, and then it made it high. And then this looks like just another higher low because we didn't break this low here, leading to another higher high here. So when we see this, daily trend potentially flipping, we're also above the EMA 100 on the daily, which is what you'd want to see in an uptrend, essentially, because you can see that price hasn't been able to get above it here. It's just been a nice rejection zone. It's looking good. So what you'd want to be then if the dailies flip the trend is just on higher low watch.
Yeah.
So that's kind of what I see with that.
Sweet. Thank you, sir. Él les va. Aquí tenemos Lucid. Lucid es una marca de coches eléctricos en Estados Unidos. Bueno, que los Audis le invirtieron durísimo y pueden solamente producir muy pocos coches, pero son muy rápidos y a la gente le gusta, son de lujos, pero son muy caros. Vamos a ver cómo se ve Lucid. Lo primero que vio Alex fue la mensual, entonces voy a poner el gráfico mensual rápidamente para contarles esta historia de la tabla y vamos a prender estos bebés. Como pueden ver en el gráfico mensual, está en una tendencia bajista agresiva, está empujando en contra del EMA 9, que es lo que estamos viendo acá, y está creando lo que puede ser una base acá. Eso quiere decir un fondo. Lo que estaríamos buscando en este momento es tener un cierre arriba del EMA 9, que está por ahí de los 371. Si tienes un cierre arriba de los 371, muy probablemente vayamos a visitar esta área que son los 527, entre 527 y 538. Ahora lo voy a poner en la semanal rápidamente para poder verlo. Pueden ver en la semanal, voy a hacerlo un poco más para que vean esto. Pueden ver en la semanal, aquí tenemos el EMA 9, estamos encima, estamos consolidando encima de esta área que es bastante bueno y el EMA 100 está en los 736 y normalmente cuando vienes de aquí abajo intenta ir a buscar el EMA 100 casi todo el tiempo cuando tiene un breakout a la alza. Y de nuevo, eso está literalmente en los 736, que sería bastante bueno. En timeframes más pequeños, que es como el de la diaria, ¿qué estamos viendo? Estamos estamos batallando para no perder el EMA 9. Lo único que queremos hacer es aguantar. Si podemos tener un cierre contundente, potente y fuerte arriba del EMA 9, vamos a empujar a la alza. De nuevo, sus siguientes niveles, primero 371, después de 371, 538, de 538, probablemente 736. Es lo que estamos viendo con Lucid, se ve bastante bien. y además tiene el gran patrón de hombro, cabeza, hombro, la reventada. Si lo quieres ver aquí también es un poco el tradicional, el cup and handle y todo esto. Así que se ve alcista, pero no tan alcista como Joe Biden, que me acaba de pagar mucho. Así que gracias, Joe Biden. Bueno, no mucho, pero me dio una lanita. En fin, no sé por qué los llevé a Joe Biden. All right, boys. Coinbase, a group's favorite.
I love this one. The only stock that I hold.
I have that one and another one right now. I agree.
Yeah, Coin's fun. It's fun to chart, fun to watch.
One of my all-time greatest calls.
Yeah, well done, sir. Well motherfucking done. Time frame monthly.
I used to get mocked for being bullish on Coinbase at $70.
Well, that's when you know that it's gonna go up, right? When people start making fun of you. Oh, you're gonna buy this? Like that's me when I bought all the electrics. Everybody was like, "What an idiot! You're gonna get out."
You remember that one dipshit I was talking about who posted my phone number?
Yeah,
he used to make fun of me for buying Coinbase.
Oh, what a retard!
Yeah, absolute retard.
I hope he got liquidated and cremated in his pants. All right, what are we looking at right now? Temporality.
So right now, we're on the weekly on Coinbase. Can you guys see my chart?
Yes, sir.
All right, so we had this little range right here for the past couple of months since March. So like the past 4 months, we've been in this range. We finally ended up closing above it, and we're about to get a second closure above it. What I would like to see, ideally, like the perfect scenario is you want to get 3 closes above it, and then you can target the 61.8%, which is right now about $321 to $320. But it's looking very good right now because we have momentum currently pointed up, we have volatility pointed up, and we have the jewel, which is losing its sell signal and is flipping upwards to a neutral signal. I think within the next close, it's probably going to flip to a buy signal as long as it closes like this. If we close above the 382% level over here, though, which is $275, that's going to give us basically all the confirmation that we need that we're going to go up to 61.8% level. If we don't close above the 38.2% level, it's more of like a 65-70% chance that we go up. If we close above it, though, then it's pretty much a given. Like it's going to be a free ride up there. But if we don't close above, we want to see the volatility continue to flip up. We want to see momentum continue to flip up. And we want to see this go into a buy signal. Then we can say about 65-70% chance that we're going to move up. If we close below this level and both of these, like if momentum flips down, then I would say that we're probably going to have a correction first back to this yellow line before we continue moving up, which is around $256.
And the resistance above the one that we want to break is 275, right?
Yeah, 275.
Got it. Okay.
Just the daily. On the daily, we also have 1 close above. We're about to get 2 closes above. We want to get 3 closes above. Like as you see, every single one of these times we were never able to get 3 closes above. We had it right here. We had a deviation to where on the jewel we were getting a neutral signal into a sell signal. Right now we have the opposite. We have a buy signal on the jewel, and we have the pink slow moving oscillator about to cross the fast one about to cross the slow one. Once we get this pink above the yellow, then it's going to be a completely different scenario. We're over here where the yellow was below the pink and it was on a sell signal. So if we get the pink above the yellow and we get a buy signal, then we have more likelihood with 3 closes above this yellow line that we're going to continue moving higher. And that first target I would have is around $300 to $320-ish. Go to
not bad.
Hour. On the 4 hour, we have 3 closes above already. Like on the 4 hour before, last time we were able to get 3 closes above was like right here when same thing, we were on a sell signal on the jewel and we had a momentum flipping down. Right now we have momentum flipped up, we have volatility flipped up, and we have the jewel on a fresh buy signal. So it's completely different from previous when we had 3 closes above. So right now, in the next 3 hours, if we get this close above, especially above the 61.8% level at $270, I think it's very likely we hit around $300 next. But right now, it's looking pretty bullish in the high time frames and the low time frames.
Where's the 61.88?
Right now, it is at $270.
Oh, nice. Perfection.
So we're above it by like 30 cents right now.
Gotcha. We'll take it. All righty. Thank you, boys. Estamos viendo Coinbase, se ve bastante bien. En cuanto lo estamos viendo en temporalidades altas, vamos a empezar por la semanal. De nuevo, sobre todo cuando estás volteando a ver todo este patrón, este es para la gente que está aprendiendo con nosotros, esto es un gran cup and handle, que es taza y agarradera, no sé cómo se dice en español, así que disfruten de mi pochez. Tienes consolidación de precio por acá, que es bastante alcista, y en grandes time frames estamos viendo que hemos estado en este rango donde estamos tradeando desde marzo. Lo pueden ver aquí es donde empezamos. Esto es marzo. Ahora, lo que queremos hacer es simplemente cerrar arriba de esta área donde empieza en los 2.56. Queremos tener 3 cierres semanales fuertes. Tenemos 2, vamos por un tercero. El momentum va para arriba, la volatilidad para arriba. Tiene un sell signal, tiene una señal de venta, el indicador de Farhan, pero está cambiándose neutral y próximamente, si seguimos empujando, va a ser comprar. En este momento, como lo estamos viendo, es básicamente el nivel del 61.80, ¿no? Por ciento, es justamente donde está esta línea. Lo que queremos hacer es sencillo. Queremos simplemente tener un cierre arriba de los 270.36, de los 270, que es esta línea. Teniendo eso, muy probablemente nos podamos ir a 275. De 275, una vez que tengamos esas confirmaciones, tengamos 3 cierres semanales, 3 cierres diarios, podríamos irnos a literalmente 300, 320. Ahora vamos a temporalidades diarias para poder ver esta belleza en temporalidad diaria. Pueden ver cómo estamos rangueando perfectamente. De nuevo, desde ahí, lo que queremos es tener... estamos contándolos aquí, básicamente. Estos son los cierres que estamos contando desde acá para que lo puedan ver. Tenemos 1, 2 cierres en la diaria. Estamos buscando un cierre arriba de esta línea morada para poder sentirnos a gusto de que esto se vaya a los 300, 320. Y en la diaria tenemos una señal de compra en el Joule. En la de 4 horas también ya cerró esto 3 veces encima de esto. Lo pueden ver. La velita chiquita. Déjenme lo hago más grande para todos los ciegos como su tío Salo. 1, 2, 3 cierres aquí. Eso se ve bastante bien y se ve bastante alcista y tiene todo el momentum, volatilidad para arriba. Así que esperemos que en la semanal se convierta la señal de neutral a de compra en el Joule. Podamos aguantar los 270 y de ahí reventar a la alza. Se ve bastante, bastante alcista también Coinbase. Vale, pues. Espero que les haya quedado claro a todos. Good morning. Question about BitGet. How do you make a deposit to trade? Because it asked me for a phone number from Mexico and I just have a US phone number. You might be fucked, my friend. Although...
Maybe an email? Is it only phone number sign up?
Yeah, I don't think you have to use a phone number.
You can try Google Voice if you have to use a phone number.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
Good point. Google Voice you can use, but I don't think you need a phone number.
You definitely need a VPN.
Also, you definitely need a VPN. That's for fucking sure.
Yeah. I mean, I would look into possibly seeing if they have email sign up. If not, there's an app called Google. I think it's called Google Voice. It's free. It basically masks your number for whatever number you want. So theoretically, you could just get a Mexico number tied to your number.
I'm going to use this opportunity to shamelessly plug our link. Use our referral link for BitGet if you want to trade with us. You get, I think, a deposit bonus, right?
A deposit bonus of almost $7,000 right now is what they're offering.
Nice. I'll take a free $7,000.
I got it right here. Entonces, si quieren tradear con nosotros, les dejamos aquí el link para que se suscriban a BitGet. Sobre todo esto es si viven fuera de Estados Unidos, si están en Estados Unidos de vacaciones y tienen pasaporte de otro lado, pueden también usarlo. Lo único que van a necesitar es un VPN para poder accesar. No tenemos un sponsorship con ningún VPN ni nada, entonces lo que ustedes gusten, por favor dense grasa. Aquí está nuestro link, también lo tienen en la descripción de abajo por cualquier cosa. Y ya, vamos para arriba otra vez a seguir con las preguntas del chat. Alrighty.
Yeah. If you guys want to give me a birthday present, click on the link. That's all I ask. My birthday
is your birthday tomorrow or today? Don't say it's today.
Day after tomorrow.
Okay. Okay.
Just give me that for my birthday. Click on our link.
Ahí
And I
está.
just-
Si le quieren... Yeah, go ahead, Alex.
No, sorry about that. Yeah, I just double checked too. You can sign up through email. You don't need a number. So
Yeah,
maybe,
you can?
Yeah. So maybe go
That's
on
what I
your
thought.
desktop instead of maybe your mobile app, and it
Yeah.
has an email sign up or a mobile number sign up.
Ahí está, para que vean si se pueden registrar, si están acá sin tener teléfono, lo pueden hacer con correo, pero métete a través de tu computadora, no tu teléfono, para que lo puedas ver. All right. That's that.
Next week, we're going to be filming these lives in the same house.
Oh,
Yeah.
look at you. Wait, are you guys gonna room me together now? From now on,
No,
it'll be
I
official?
have a spare bedroom.
Got it. Look at you, fucking baller. All righty, let's go. ENPH. And good morning,
cool.
guys.
ENPH. Is that me or Alex?
Enphase.
That's Alex.
Thought I had a chart on this. Let me see.
I have it, so I'm sure at some kind of degree you have it.
Yeah, somewhat. Let me pull it up here.
There it is.
Cool. Let me get the sub. You guys don't see it. Awesome. Yeah, so I have just a simple range drawn on Enphase currently. Let me go to the monthly here and see. So yeah, I just have a simple range drawn on Enphase. I think it depicts it nicely. You can see the reaction of every time we've gotten above this range. It's given nice moves. Getting it back above and holding it, right? Has always given just nice pumps. This is a nice pump zone, but that also means it's going to be a nice rejection zone as well. And we can see here that, Enphase, it's just been in an aggressive downtrend, just like a lot of stuff we've been looking at. But the difference is Enphase is still under its key moving averages on the monthly, telling me that the macro is still bearish. And, the macro bleeds into the micro essentially. So knowing that, it can kind of give us a bias on direction. And currently, what I see here on the monthly is we simply are rejecting meme resistance along with that monthly EMA 9, and then even falling below the monthly EMA 100. It's not the best sign. And you can see here that it like the base off of that monthly EMA 100. So getting below that isn't the best sign, in my opinion. You could argue that potentially this is forming some, lower high on the monthly. And then we just assume if that's true, which it's unconfirmed, that we'd break the slow here. But one thing after the next. So the monthly is not looking the best, but there's still 8 days, right? And so that could quickly get reclaimed if it wants to. It's not too far gone, is what I'm trying to say. The weekly as well, it's, it kind of like gave in like a trap here where it broke out, it tried to hold it, and then it did like this mini breakout almost to the weekly EMA 100. But then this is what, this was just like a simple deviation here where we fell below and then price rallied straight into resistance again. You could argue this was the bearish retest, and now we're just waiting for that expansion down. I would be watching for that 74, 73, 30, $74 region. But if we do break, let's call it November 6 lows, to me, that would look like that wouldn't be good at all. It would just signal that it's basically just another lower low, confirming the strength of the downtrend. Let me see here. Let me check the 5-day. Just curious. Yeah, so the 5-day, you can just see it more easily. Like, it's just basically putting in a bearish retest rejection. It's just not looking good on most timeframes that we're looking at, even like a simple daily here. It can't hold, and now it's under it after rejecting the EMA 9. So now it's under it. And for me, I do believe that you could basically, in my opinion, sense the weakness. You don't have to wait if this low is going to break here. In my opinion, if we just break, this low here, that wouldn't be a good sign. And this would look like a daily lower high, in my opinion. So breaking this low right around, we'll call it 95.20. You could just focus on July 2nd low. Right? Was that the lowest of it? Yeah. So like July, so July 2nd low. If price comes back down and breaks that, it just probably will signal. It could be like a good signal to you of you are just like, okay, well, it's now, possibly forming a lower high here. We just made a lower low, so there's probably a good chance that we do come back down to that $73 region. And then knowing that, the macro could just be putting in another lower low. Let me go to the lower time frames, like a 4-hour. Maybe there's some hope here. And yeah, I mean, I personally, right, like this chart's just in the middle. And so like there's not much to do here. If you had a bias to short, you were technically supposed to short here on the bearish retest. Why? Because it just makes the invalidation so much easier, because it's very clear, right? Any 4-hour back above this red line, cut the trade. But here it's just playing in the middle. So right now, I mean, lower time frames don't look strong. There's no actionable play here. It's just more like a waiting game, in my opinion. Let me go and throw in the 21. Yeah, so you can kind of just see the EMA 9, the 21. I like using the 21 as well. Can be good support or resistance. You can see it acted as support here. Oftentimes it can, like, the 21 can catch price before it goes down to the 9. And you can just see it's now just like it's all conjoined together. And this is telling me that this basically 107.80, 108 is going to be strong resistance if we get a pushback up there. So overall, I mean, Enphase isn't looking strong. To me, it looks like the higher time frames are still in the downtrend, which is then bleeding into the lower time frames. It looks like it's put in a bearish retest and possibly another daily lower high. So I would just be watching to see if 94, basically we'll call it, July 2nd lows hold. If it doesn't, then I'd be watching for the 72 to $73 region.
Okay. Makes sense. Makes all the sense in the world. Let me just put the $74, $75 region right here. 1 second. There you go. All righty. Thanks, Alex. Back to you, Alejandro. Sorry.
No
I
worries.
am fucking delusional. I haven't slept in weeks. All right. Vamos. Esto es Enphase, damas y caballeros, y es justamente lo que nos estaba contando Alex. Vamos a verlo primero en los time frames grandes. Podemos ver, venimos en una tendencia bajista. Hemos perdido absolutamente todos los EMAs, SMAs importantes y estamos peleando con ellos y rechazados. En temporalidades altas como la mensual, la mensual, que es la que estamos viendo en este momento, no se ve bien la cosa para nada. Ahora, los voy a llevar a la semanal para decirles exactamente lo mismo que les dije de la otra. Déjenme ver si puedo hacer más elegante el movimiento con el mouse. Ahí está. Pueden ver, está rangueando el precio en estos momentos. Vienes de un doble techo de M a esto. Sí, hiciste un bajo más bajo acá, pero acá tienes un bajo más bajo que el de acá y tienes un alto más bajo que el de acá. Eso es bastante bajista y además estás peleándote con el EMA 9, con el EMA 21 y los estás encontrando como resistencia por ahí del nivel de los 107.80. Entonces no se ve tan bien en la semanal. En la diaria es un poco de la misma historia y puedes verlo acá un poco más. Déjame quito todo esto porque de todas maneras estás viendo, el precio está abajo de todos estos EMAs, SMAs. Ahora, voy a esconder esto para que sea obvio lo que estamos platicando. Y lo que estás buscando es, si quieres hacer un short, lo hubieras tenido que hacer por ahí de los 140, 141, yo diría que por acá, 139.12. Está rangueando en la mitad de nivel, no hay mucha acción. Lo que estás viendo es un alto más bajo que el pasado que viene de aquí. En la diaria, un bajo más bajo que el pasado, pero todavía no rompes esta tendencia. Posiblemente nos vayamos a dar una vuelta por aquí a los 73.07, 73 y cacho, otra vez, y vamos a ver si aguanta, pero estás literalmente bajo todo lo que puede ser resistencia y se va a pelear con ello. All righty. Is this even a real company? Revy Inc.
Interesting.
All right, let's see.
I have never heard of this in my life.
Revy
symbol RVTY.
I got it. RVTY, yeah. This is a brand new one. I've never looked at this one before.
It's a real stock. It's not a shitcoin.
Yeah. This is really incredible, guys. We're making progress. We're making fucking progress.
There we go. And it's not looking the worst, too.
No.
Interesting. On the monthly, at least.
Oh, I can edit my SMAs and MAs and all this bullshit finally.
How are you liking the caretaker's moving average?
Dude, it's so damn good. I just didn't know how to edit it, and I literally just clicked by accident on something, and he just showed me how to edit it because I knew you could edit them. So now I'm gonna add the. Do you not use the SMA 200?
Yeah, I use that one. I use
right?
the EMA 9, 21, 55, and SMA 200.
Okay. An SMA 200. Why didn't I? Oh, it's not selected.
Yeah. This dude, the caretaker, is the absolute goat, though. I've talked to him a couple of times. This guy came from literally nothing. He used to be poor as fuck. And he taught himself how to code, and now he makes literally my favorite indicators of all time.
Just like that?
Yeah. Guy's worth 8 figures now, and he came from nothing.
Crazy.
Wow. What a fucking baller.
Okay, let's see here. Am I sharing it or are you fine?
Me.
Oh, okay, cool. I was just making sure. Yeah, I mean, it's not looking the worst, especially on the monthly. I mean, you could argue it's a macro higher low. It'll be interesting to see what the HBDR says.
Oh, sorry. I'm here just playing with my fucking stupid chart. Go ahead.
So right now on the weekly, we are getting a little bit of a rejection from the median on the HBDR, which is the historical price delta range. This indicator is based off of the previous 20,000 bars of price action, and it gives you statistics of continuation or rejection. So right now we're getting a rejection from here. As long as we don't close above here, which is $112.36, we're more likely to come back down and test one of these major EMAs. If not, this bottom 38.2% level at $106.30. We still have 3 days to go. What the bulls want to see is they want to see it either close above this, or after the close, they want to see this move down below price action. If either one of those happen, then we can target this top 38.2% level, which is $118.30.
I'm sorry, what's the target?
$118.30.
Okay.
Right now, we're getting momentum pointed towards the downside, and we're getting volatility pointed toward the downside as well. So basically, that whatever downward move we get is going to be corrective as long as volatility is pointed down. So if we do get a move down, I would say that anywhere between these EMAs and this 38.2% level is going to be a very good opportunity as long as volatility is still pointed down. Because then now we're talking that this move down is going to be corrective, and then we're going to impulsively move back up from there towards this upper level at $118.30. Right now, we're getting the jewel flipping from a sell signal into a neutral signal, and it's flipping the curvature. So we want to see it flip back like it did over here, flip from neutral to buy on the light blue, and we want to see it flip upwards. Right now, we're getting the first signal of that. So if we do see it flip to light blue, then it's going to tell us that maybe it's going to close above this. If not, then we're going to retest this and move up from there. Right now on the daily is looking a little top right now. We're getting a bounce where we would want to see it at the median on the HBDR. We're getting momentum starting to flip upwards a little bit. We're getting volatility starting to flip upwards. We have the first sell signal right here on the jewel. We don't have a closure yet to confirm it. So if we do move back up and this closes like green, then this sell signal would be turned back into a neutral signal. So that's the only hoping for the bulls right now.
And that would be what? Closing above the 112?
We'd have to close above 112.30.
Got it.
To flip this green, then we would lose this sell signal. If we do confirm this sell signal, though, it's going to be very more likely that we end up going back down towards this bottom 38.2%, which is around 108 to 108.7.5. And I think that would be a good opportunity long term, because then we would come down to fill this gap right here, which still technically we have not filled it.
Touche.
Check the 4 hour. 4 hours giving us the same thing right now. A little bit of a top right here. We're getting momentum starting to flip back down. We're getting volatility supporting the momentum flipping down. And if that closes like our red signal right here, then we're probably going to end up going back down to the 88.3% level, which is somewhere around that same 107 target. So that 107 number keeps coming back up. If we do go back there and the higher time frame stay bullish, then I would say that is going to be a very good entry point for a kind of like a double bottom, but slightly higher than the previous bottom.
Very nice.
Right now, it's looking pretty good.
All righty. This is a weird fucking. What is this company we saw? Revy? No, we have no idea, right?
I honestly don't know.
Yeah. All righty. I got you. I got you, boys. Thank you. Thank you, Farn. Vale. Pues vamos simplemente con esto. Ahí les va. En la semanal, estamos viendo grandes time frames, ¿no? Voy a ponerlo acá y reajustar. En la semanal, déjenme quito esto. En la semanal, básicamente, tuvimos un rechazo de este nivel que está en los 112.36. El nivel de los 112.36, en el rechazo que está sacando en el básicamente el indicador promedio que tiene es de 20,000 velas. Eso quiere decir que ese rechazo en los 112.36 podría ser algo que nos lleve a los 106. Si los toros quieren seguir esto, los alcistas, empujando el precio para arriba, queremos cerrar arriba de los 112.36 para poder pegarle al objetivo del 38.2%, que son los $118.18. Momentum en la semanal va para abajo, volatilidad va para abajo, lo que nos explica que es un movimiento correctivo. Muy probablemente hay una buena oportunidad de compra en los 106. El Joule, que es el indicador que tiene también, está cambiando de venta a neutral. Eso sería bueno. Obviamente queremos que empiece a apuntar para arriba para que sea de compra. Ahora, en la diaria, cuando volteamos a ver el gráfico, y acá les voy a compartir con esto, en la diaria estamos empezando a flipar volatilidad que está flipando Momentum está flipando para arriba, volatilidad está flipando para arriba, Joule está yendo de vender a neutral y también, una vez más, estamos hablando de un objetivo de los 112.30. Si no podemos pasar de los 112.30, ¿dónde está el 112.30? Por acá, se los voy a poner literalmente aquí solamente para que lo vean en corto. Tenemos que romper esto. Si rompemos y cerramos encima de esto, nos vamos para arriba, pero muy probablemente vayamos a buscar por aquí estos, el EMA 55 o el EMA 21 que están por acá, que están entre la zona de los 106 y 108.75, donde podría ser una muy buena oportunidad de compra para ustedes, tíos. Pues vale, pues, les voy a poner la que sigue entonces. All right, that was pretty good and easy. Can we check O-Nan?
O-Nan. Don't think I've heard of that either.
¿Qué putas es O-Nan? ¿Por de dónde sacan estas compañías? ¿No? Where are you guys getting these fucking companies from? Wait, what's going on?
Yeah, it's like people are throwing like a random dart at a board and like whatever ticker it lands on, that's what I'm gonna buy.
Say it again, I'm sorry?
It's like people are throwing a dart at a board and they're like, whatever ticker it lands on, that's what I'm gonna buy.
Fuck it. And they just went to the, oh man, you guys don't even know about these stores. What are they called in English? They're called papelerias in Spanish. We used to go to these places to do our homework and they would like give you a piece of like cardboard so you can cut and do your presentation. It was before the internet and before you kids even were born. This is what we were doing and struggling with. So we would go into these places and also look at research, and they would just give you the shittiest information in the world, but it was the only information available. I feel like they're going back to those places and getting their stock picks from the past, putting them on a board, and then throwing the dart. That's why it makes no sense. Anyways, what are we looking at?
Yeah.
O-Nan. There you go.
On holding AG.
Fairly AG.
New chart, I think. So, okay. O-Nan. Very interesting. I mean, you know, we see it is breaking the range here that it was in. And right now I see that we're kind of back testing while potentially, right? Farn can correct me if this is right or wrong, but potentially we trying to put in like a bull flag base here. I mean, it's way too early to call, but that's something I'm looking for. You know, we just really want to hold 35.51. That's for the monthly, right? And like it's simple. So we have this big rejection candle. So I can just put a simple, you know, at least just simple line here.
Yeah.
And then we could just do another one at this second high here, in my opinion.
And you could also kind of consider that a swing failure pattern, where we
Yeah.
wick below the previous close and then we closed above it.
Where? I'm sorry, and why?
The
Just
previous,
so that I understand.
the previous two closes, like right now, the current close and the close below it, we wick right below the low and then we closed above it.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Oh,
Let me
I
zoom in on
see.
that.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's a good catch. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So like you can see that. So like it came all the way down, aggressively back tested meme support, flipped it, and then also the monthly EMA 9, and then quickly got bought up.
But then it took the liquidity below the previous low.
Right. So here, boom, and then got up, and now here we are. And that's a good sign. That's like what you'd want to see. That's like strong, right? Obviously there's 8 more days, but this monthly is not looking the worst. It could have legs for sure. Not looking the worst though.
The buyers stepped in.
Yeah, right where they needed to, which is that's an interesting point. The weekly also confirms like it's not looking bad, and you can kind of see here. We, like Farn mentioned, like fell below the 9 and quickly got bought up, and then now it's just basing off the 9 here. For me, I think this honestly is not looking the worst. To me, it seems like the weekly is in an uptrend, and we just basically potentially just put another higher low here before making a higher high, and we'll know that if we break the high on June 10th, in my opinion. That'll probably confirm. We'll probably get another higher high. It's not looking bad though, actually, and let me go check the 5-day. Let me check the daily here. That's the 2-day. Let me see. So yeah, I mean the daily, I could definitely see a little, like we could see a correction potentially here. I'm unsure how deep it'll be though, honestly. Ideally, it seems simple. Yeah, you just really wouldn't want it to lose that 39.66, 39.70 level on a daily closure. This is like almost like a bullish hammerhead candle right at the 9, and oftentimes you'll see these kind of candles are formed near the bottoms, kind of like here, and not this, but like right here, and that's a good sign on like there is strength. This could potentially they often mark lower time frame bottom, so I think this is going to do something, maybe not, but it is something to at least mentally note, because that is a good daily candle that it closed. And so when we see this kind of candle, it doesn't really mean much because it hasn't closed yet. So these can often act like, almost like traps, where it'll come down. It'll look like it's about to form an ugly candle like here. But then, it ends up closing like a doji, where basically the body just meets in the middle and closes like that. We're unsure though, 100%. So like right now, we just have to see what we have. And right now we are above the 9, which is what we want. We already back tested it and it's holding. So we really wouldn't want it to go back below. But that's fine. As long as it closes above it, that's okay. We can see here that it perfectly bounced off the daily EMA 100. And now we're just kind of trekking up. So overall, I mean, the higher time frames are looking quite good. The daily is looking good. And yeah, I mean, the 4 hours is not looking the worst. Ideally, we just want to get back. We'd want to break 42.39, in my opinion, to kind of see a nice move up to that 43.80 level to $44. Breaking that would be actually quite a good sign, because you can see it's been a nice rejection point on the lower time frames. So breaking that would be cool. Overall, though, it's not looking the worst. I think that lower time frames could easily get a correction. It could easily come back down to like $40.60. Even maybe wick below it, like maybe it bases right around like $40.30. But overall, in uptrends, especially in strong ones, you'd want this 9 to aggressively hold, even on like an hourly. And then if we lose it, I often then look to that EMA 100 on the hourly, because that can be a nice bounce zone. Lower time frames though, it's harder to, in my opinion, when you're first starting out, it's always easier just to start on a higher time frame. So like, it's just easier to have a bias overall. And overall, it's not looking bad. The 5 days looking quite strong, and to me, it just looks like a nice uptrend that's forming here. When we have higher highs, potentially a higher low here, while it's basing off this resistance, which you can visually see, while getting the 5 day above the 9, getting that expansion. So looking good overall. I'd really just watch for 43.80 or 36.13. Because the idea would be this is the higher low, and we do see expansion. We can go down a little bit again. We just wouldn't want to break this low, in my opinion. Which is right around $36.02.
Yeah, because then that'd be like kind of a double top. Well, not a double top, an M top right here, right? And then it would go to shit. Oh, but look, if you zoom out, put it on maybe, is it monthly too? You can see it. On a monthly, you can kind of see it, but on a weekly, this is a cup and handle pattern, which is also quite bullish.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. And I mean, so ideally right here, what bulls don't want to see, which is an easy scenario to give, is like you wouldn't want to see this becoming some kind of lower high. That's why I mentioned like you really want to break that 44.29 level, because what you could argue is that this just is pressing up. It's now forming a lower high. And we know that if it does break, in my opinion, I guess, just this low, because the play here is if you're a bull, you're probably looking at what I'm looking at, right? And you're probably at the higher time frames, and you're probably like, okay, we did bounce where we needed to, right here at support. We flipped it, and then we reclaimed the 9. So to me, it looks convincingly like this is the higher low. So then ideally what we're all going to be watching is if we break this high. It doesn't have to happen in one candle, right? But what we don't want is just it to like either reject hard and leave a nasty wick, or slow bleed down, kind of fizzle out. So that's just two levels I'm going to be watching. I'm going to be watching if we break, like that. It's June 10th high, or potentially the July 2nd low. For now, it's just in the middle though. So.
Makes sense. All righty.
Yeah.
Oh no, we lost Farhan. It looked like you were asleep. That's it.
He's pulling a Biden.
All right. I was just messing with you. Either way. Here we go. Ok, tenemos la tabla de O-Nan. Honestamente, una tabla bastante nueva. Tenemos solamente datos desde septiembre del 2021. En este momento lo tengo en la temporalidad semanal. Algo importante en esta tabla, bastante sencilla de ver. Yo creo que todos podemos darnos cuenta de ello. Lo primero que podemos ver es el tradicional patrón con consolidación por acá. Ya lo vieron, ¿no? Es el cup and handle que tenemos. Esto en la semanal también lo tienes en la diaria, lo tienes casi en todos los time frames, menos en la mensual, que se ve un poco chaquetona, pero se puede. Ahora, lo que estamos viendo, y sobre todo en la diaria, y estos niveles son importantes si quieren marcarlos, 44.33, 34.80, 23.22, 16.6, 16.16. Lo que estamos viendo ahorita es cómo el precio rompe de una zona a la que sigue, de esta zona a la que sigue, y lo que queremos asegurarnos es que este movimiento que estamos viendo acá no finalice, porque eso querría decirnos que acabamos de hacer un tope acá, porque este fue un alto y este es un alto más bajo. Esperamos no tener ese problema. ¿Qué estamos esperando buscar si somos alcistas en esta tabla? Poder romper los 44.33 con 1 o 2 cierres en la diaria, también en la semanal, mínimo un cierre en la semanal, y eso nos pondría con el siguiente objetivo de básicamente el máximo a más perro que hemos visto, por ahí de los 56.02, pero ahorita el nivel, los dos importantes niveles a ver son estos, porque tienes este subidongo, este bajadongo, este subidongo, este bajadongo, que simplemente si lo ves en temporalidades más cortas, esto te podría dar la idea de que tienes un bajo más bajo y se empezaría a ver un poco mal, pero si lo ves literalmente la diaria, la semanal, te das cuenta de que quieres cuidar este nivel en los 36.11, no quieres que rompa el precio a la baja de esto. Esto te diría que probablemente hiciste un doble tope y esto se va a revertir a la baja. Y también quieres asegurarte de poder romper los 44.37, que es el alto más alto que ha hecho en esta parte del rango, para poder sentirte bien. Estás justamente en medio de todo. Tienes una vela por aquí que es algo bajista, pero nunca tuviste una confirmación. Esta vela no cerró abajo del pico de aquí abajo. Y luego tienes esta vela verde y ahora esta vela roja que también te está pintando algo malo, pero de nuevo, esto es una diaria, puede cerrar arriba, puede cambiar totalmente. Entonces, ni para qué empezar a preocuparte acá. Lo que sí es, espérate a ver cómo va el movimiento y vamos a ver rápidamente EMAs, SMAs. Sí, se ve bien porque estás encima de todo. Has recuperado y ganado todos estos niveles simplemente a partir de esto. Entonces estás arriba del el EMA 9, el EMA 55, del 21 y del EMA 100. Así que importantes. Y estoy seguro que la cagué acá porque tengo dos de lo mismo. Pero bueno, da igual. Es tal cual como se ve esto. Vale. Alrighty, boys. Let's see what's going to be the next one. Oh, Jesus Christ. Wait. Dogecoin. I'm going to go one by one. And Jose, I'm going to skip you because I'm only going with the same people because they came in and they got here at the same time. So I want to give more people a chance. Edgar, you too. Andres. All right. Good morning. Can you analyze Home Depot HD? Home Depot.
Cool.
I have mixed their stores in a minute.
Yeah, Sam.
Dude, they're so nice. HD. Ooh. Oh, wow. This is an inverse head and shoulders, like on the daily, a strong one.
Let me see. Oh, yeah. Wow.
And that's with a nice, sweet little target right here. Let's see. It's going back and retesting, but it broke it out here to 392. Okay, sorry for yeah.
Okay. Check it out on the
Home Depot.
So right now on the weekly, we have momentum pointed up. We have volatility pointed up, which supports momentum. So I want to see it continue to base off of this 50% range right here, which is $361. If it continues to close above here, I think we can maybe get a retest of here. And then we would end up, as long as these both are pointed upwards, we would end up getting a move towards the 786%, which is around $382. If we do get a close above this level, though, I would say we're very likely going to hit this 95% level, which is around here at $427. We're getting the jewel right now giving us a buy signal. It's above the fast-moving oscillator. We also want to see it get above this yellow slow-moving oscillator. And the DMI right now is pointed green. DMI is like the cash flow is moving into the asset. So there's more buyers than sellers right now. That's what this green line tells you. And we see it like momentum currently above the resistance zone, which is the 50% zone. It's at 51.89. We want to see it close a weekly above this momentum, 50% zone of momentum. If it doesn't close above the 50, then it's going to flip back down. If it closes above the 50, then it's going to continue to go back up like over here, where it closed above the 50, then it went up. So we had this huge move up. And let me count what percentage that was. That was around 38% move up, which is pretty significant amount.
Yeah, wow.
So if we can close above this, then we can count on maybe like a 25 to another 30% move up, which that would take us to.
What's the price that we're looking for the close? The 361?
Yeah, we're looking for it to close above 360.
Okay. Sorry.
That would take us to like maybe 450 to around maybe 470, 450 to 470. If it plays out like that, if it closes above this previous resistance, and then this continues to go on a buy signal and it gets above this slow moving oscillator, and then this momentum gets above the 50%, then we're very likely to continue up towards that 450 to 470 target over the long term.
And then if we don't, that's when we go to the 320.
Yeah, if we reject from there, then we're very likely to come back to retest this level right here. I don't think this is going to hold. This is around 354. I think it's more likely to come down to this median, which is right here around 330, 340 to possibly, if we're very bearish, come down here to 322. But I feel like this, if we do go down, this level is going to hold right here around 339 to 340. So
got it.
Dailies right now is putting in a little bit of a top right here with these two candles right here, putting in a shooting star. We're holding the median right now, which is 362, 361. If we lose that, we're very likely to come down to this 55 EMA, which is around that 350 level we looked at before. If that doesn't hold, then we're probably going to come back down to this 200 SMA, which we've tested like several times before. That one is around $340. What makes me like cautious towards this 200 SMA is that we've tested it 1, 2, 3 times before. Usually
Sorry, say it.
Usually on the fourth test, we don't hold it. We just break through. Because like every time we test it, it becomes weaker on the next try. So if we hit it on the fourth time, it's very likely to break through to like this 95% level, which is around 320.
That ain't your EMA 9, right? That's your SMA what?
That's my SMA 200.
Got it.
4 hour, we're getting a little bit of a downtrend. We're getting like a higher high. We're getting a low. We got somewhat of a higher, lower high right here. If we close below this level right, which is 361.98, if we close below that, then we've confirmed downtrend. We're probably going to come down to this 95%, where we have the 200 and the 55, 200 SMA and the 55 EMA lining up, which is around 350.
350.
That's the next support level I have. If we don't hold above this, then we're very likely to come down to that 320 level somewhere around here. Right now, 350 is support until proven otherwise.
Got it. Nice and easy. Nice and easy, boys. All right. That's what I say because you already did all the work. Ok, estamos viendo Home Depot, damas y caballeros. Home Depot en este momento está en $361 por acción. Está justamente rebotando en el EMA 9. Estamos viéndolo en la temporalidad diaria. Lo voy a poner en la semanal rápidamente para que todos puedan ver un poco mejor la fotografía de lo que estamos viendo. Atención, posiblemente estemos viendo un alto con un alto más bajo y tal vez un bajo más alto, aunque hay un patrón en la tabla, en la diaria de hombro, cabeza, hombro invertido. Lo pueden ver acá, déjenme quito los indicadores. Sencillo, ¿no? Hombro, cabeza, hombro, y puedes aquí siempre poner tu cuello. Tienes la ruptura a la alza, pero está intentando regresar a la parte baja de esto. Básicamente lo que dijo Farhan es esto, que es a lo que le tenemos que poner atención y no a mis estupideces. El momentum va para arriba, la volatilidad va para arriba. Eso apoya el momentum. Estamos en los $360. Necesitamos cerrar arriba de los 361. Si cerramos arriba de los 361 en la semanal, muy probablemente vayamos a visitar los 400, 450, que es arriba de estos altos. Pero también encontramos una señal del Joule de compra. Ahora, si esto se llega a revertir, no tienes un buen cierre y esto se va negativo, probablemente tu siguiente objetivo sean los 340 y en un caso bastante pinchón, los 320, que sería un bajo más bajo acá y eso pues básicamente crearía una nueva estructura y cambiaría el momentum. En la diaria, y aquí ya puedo poner esto, en la diaria estamos viendo cómo literalmente tenemos el EMA 100 acá en los 346. Si tienes, porque aquí tienes un shooting star, una vela shooting star, que es esta básicamente la roja que tiene el cuerpo gordo y que te está diciendo aquí vinieron a tomar liquidez y probablemente nos vayamos para abajo. Eso podría indicar que vamos a ver literalmente a visitar el 346 y bueno, y recuerda que depende de los cierres, estos números van cambiando, por lo que probablemente sea por ahí del 350, pero de nuevo, si llegamos a no cerrar arriba de los 361, que es lo importante el día de hoy, en la diaria y también en la semanal, vamos a tener objetivos al alza, si cierras abajo de ellos, y algo interesante que también dijo Farhan es, hemos estado rebotando en esto y nos ha aguantado bien, pero puede que, porque lo hemos hecho 3 veces, la cuarta tiene una probabilidad bastante alta de que se rompa esto a la baja y probablemente veamos los 345. Entonces, estén atentos a qué exactamente es el movimiento de cierre semanal y también en la diaria para poder seguir con esto, porque ahorita, de nuevo, simplemente quitándoles esto, ¿no? Y poniéndolo en temas más tontos, si ponemos tu cuello acá del hombro, cabeza, hombro y haces esto, quieres cerrar arriba de esta línea. Literalmente no lo puedes poner más fácil. Quieres cerrar arriba de esta línea. Y tu objetivo con este movimiento del hombro, cabeza, hombro, que no tiene que ser el final del movimiento, te estaría llevando más o menos por acá, a los 401, algo así. Así que atentos en esta de Home Depot. Buen día, Solamis. What about Solamis, guys? Alex, you're going to do Solamis?
My favorite altcoin.
Mine too. God bless Solamis. And Joe Biden.
And Joe Biden, yes. Yeah, let me pull this up. Where is my soul chart? I have so many things on my watch list. Okay. So I'm going to first start out with this chart. I think it's important. We're going to look at two charts in correlation with Sol. So here's first the Sol BTC pair. I think it's important to look at, whatever altcoin you're looking at versus Bitcoin, because it can just help you, with this metric of strength, right? And that's important because alts are already so loose and volatile, so you might as well have as much edge and confluence as you can. So starting out with Sol BTC, I have a simple range here, right? And you can see here, Sol BTC is actually trying to break out on the monthly. After holding like Sol is a strong altcoin. And what I want you to gather from this Sol BTC chart is the strength it is versus Bitcoin and how it correlates just with Sol USD. Because we have all heard Sol is extremely strong, and it is. And we can see why, because it versus Bitcoin is really strong, actually. And we can see here how this monthly EMA9 has been extremely important for Sol. And so all I see here is that we've just simply back tested it, held it. It even held support here. And now we're in that expansion up, which doesn't surprise me too much with the ETH ETF launch. I do think that could give potentially alts kind of like that, much needed breath. A lot of unlike Sol, a lot of these alts have just kind of came down a lot, the past few months. So, it could definitely be a factoring thing that might help alts across the board. And one nice thing about Sol is, it often is a precursor to markets in crypto, because we saw it break out before Bitcoin. Like we saw it doing good before Bitcoin did. And you can also vice versa argue potentially will do bad before Bitcoin does. But for now, Sol's looking quite good. The 5 days looking strong. It's basically above where it needs to be on every time frame. And even on the daily, it's basing now. Basing meaning so we broke out, we came down, and then we held. And then right here, this candle came all the way down again and held it. And what I like about this daily is it actually, tapped support unlike this one. Now, could this easily come down to, 0.0025742? For sure. But for now, this is looking quite good. And this is confirming that, yeah, this is, breaking out of when did this range start? In April. So it is breaking out in my book, and it is holding where it needs to be, after it quickly got reclaimed. Quickly is relative. I mean, it only took a few days for it after losing it. 1, 2, 3, 4 days for it to get reclaimed again. So that's Sol BTC. I think it's an important chart if we're going to talk about Sol. Now let's look at Sol USDT. And I don't know if it switched on stream. Oh, yeah, it did. Okay. Yeah. So, I mean, just like Sol BTC, it often is, it looks the same, and it's just strong. We can see here that the daily, I like how this EMA9 on the daily is coming exactly with that meme support. Often that's a great sign for me that this should be a strong reaction area, if not just a pity bounce, but we should get some reaction. And if we don't, then it's not strong, in my opinion. We could easily come down more to 149. Or even 142, but for now we're basically holding where we need to, which is that 170 region. And for now, as long as this holds, I don't see why we wouldn't go back to 220. And ideally we'll know if the chances of that increases if Sol can break that 188.98. We'll call it 189 level. Basically that rejection high on May 21st. Let me go to the weekly and check that out. So yeah, I mean, Sol's looking quite good. As long as it just, like I said, holds that 170 level, you know, the 220 region just seems like it's a matter of when, not if, especially with how Sol BTC is looking. And you can kind of see this like on the weekly. It almost like put in some kind of, you know, double bottom without breaking this low here. So this could just be another weekly higher low. And the idea would be that we break this will lead to the higher high, which will probably fall in line with that 220 area. So in summary, I mean, Sol's looking quite good. You know, it's holding it where it needs to hold. And, you know, this all does, you know, you'll often hear people talk about, you know, everything's tied to Bitcoin, and it is. But when something like Sol BTC is as strong as it is, all that tells me is that when Bitcoin has pullbacks, Sol's not going to be having as big of a pullback relative to like other altcoins. It's going to hold a little bit more. And when Bitcoin breaks out, Sol is going to do even better than Bitcoin. So overall, it's looking quite good. You know, I would just really watch, I guess, the 5 days closing today. So I would really watch to see how this 5 day closes. We'd want it to close above 170, in my opinion, to kind of flip this. And then if we come back down, you know, it wouldn't surprise me if we base there, back test on the 5 day. And that'll probably give us the momentum to potentially reach 220, in my opinion. That'd be the next target I'd look at, 220 area.
Yeah. I fucking say so too. It does look really, really strong. Alrighty. Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah.
Bueno, lo primero que vemos es el par de Solana y Bitcoin. ¿Por qué? Porque Solana ha tenido bastante acción antes que Bitcoin en muchas ocasiones, sobre todo en esta corrida que tuvimos desde que Solana se fue de los $8 a los 200, que fue el tope que hizo. Bueno, ahorita lo vemos allá. Pero pueden ver cómo está en una clara tendencia alcista, sin lugar a dudas. ¿Cuál es la más baja? Esta. Lo puedes poner acá o acá, como te acomode. Hay gente que le gusta acá, pero como quieras. Estás en una tendencia alcista, estás rompiendo altos, más altos por acá, tienes bajos más altos, entonces muy probablemente vayas a buscar este nivel. Esto nos quiere decir también, y si la volteamos a ver, estamos en la diaria, pero lo voy a poner en la semanal para que lo puedan ver también. Estamos arriba de todos estos niveles, rompimos aquí. ¿Cuál fue la última vez que habíamos roto esto? Acá, y pueden ver el pompazo que dio. Básicamente estamos aquí, rompemos, estamos arriba del EMA 9 y del EMA 100 por acá. Eso quiere decir que lleva fuerza. Ahora los voy a llevar a donde estamos en Solana con USD. Y tal cual, les voy a quitar esto. Pueden ver que estamos encima de los dos indicadores importantes, de los dos EMAs importantes. Solana en este momento está haciendo bajos más altos que los pasados. Pueden ver este, pueden ver este y pueden ver este. Aunque hayas topado por acá y tengas un alto más bajo por acá y también otro por acá, acabas de romper este, lo acabas de eliminar con este. Entonces empiezas a tener muchísima fuerza en el movimiento y empiezas a ver a Solana agarrar momentum y ganas de irse al cielo. Pudiste ver cómo vino a probar esta línea, instantáneamente la rechazó en los 173, lo que probablemente nos lleve próximo objetivo 187, 187, 202, rompiendo los 200, no voy a decir 202, los 209.86, muy probablemente vayas a 220 y de ahí a altos históricos una vez más. Solana tiene bastante fuerza y pinta bastante bien en estos momentos el tablero de Solamis. Vale pues. All righty, let's do SMCI. Give me 1 second. So Farhan's going to do SMCI.
MSMCI.
SMCI. 1 second. I was like, who's texting me?
Super microcomputer.
That's just my impression of Joe Biden falling asleep on the microphone.
Apparently, it's
I also want to tell you about your children. And you see that he also screams. Have you guys seen that movie with Will Ferrell when he can control the tone of his voice? Oh, it's an Anchorman.
Oh, is it Anchorman?
Yeah, he's like, Ron, your voice. Because he's like, I would like to invite you to a dinner to my house. Like, Ron, control your voice. Sorry. Just can't control my voice when I'm nervous.
Such a funny movie.
It's a little bit of what Biden has. He has that, and then he also has the children. Yes.
The
He's got both.
sniffing.
He's got
Your hair smells good.
Good
He
child.
he loves to sniff the children.
Oh, but who doesn't? You know, who doesn't? Who doesn't like to sniff other people's children?
Who hasn't sniffed a child here and then?
Exactly. Come on, guys. All right, SMCI.
You guys see my chart?
We do see your chart, sir.
Yeah.
All right, so we're looking at the weekly right now. We have momentum currently flipped up above the 50 neutral zone, and we're at 4.69%, close to 5%. We have volatility pointed down. Usually, whenever we have a setup like this, we can target the median, which right now we're already at the median. The median is at $792.84. We have right now the jewel, which is previously on a buy signal, but it's losing its buy signal and it's flipping down. It has a neutral signal right now. We don't want it to see it flip to a sell signal like right here. Because if we, like right here, whenever we flip to a sell signal, we ended up retesting this 21 EMA. Right now, we're at the 21 EMA. So if we do flip to a sell signal, best case scenario for bulls is that we continue going sideways like we did right here. And then we can base, and then we can move up from there. Worst case scenario is that we end up going down to this 55 EMA, which is around $630 or $620. We want to say continue hold this 21 on the weekly. If we continue to hold this 21 on the weekly, then we're very likely to continue going sideways, and we can break back above this green line here at $913. Once we do that, then we're almost certainly to break to this top range, which is around $1,000, and we're probably gonna like not stop there, and we're gonna continue going up. Let me give a little bit of a fib so I can get a target.
Teach us, enlighten us. How do you throw a fib? Yeah, you're doing a retracement, right?
Yes, you're gonna start from the high and you're gonna go to the low, and you can get like a little bit of a target from there from the 618% level. So that's around $1,848. I wouldn't expect that to be in the next like 1 week, 2 weeks, or even 3 weeks. I would say that probably within the next like, if we do close above this yellow line, we're probably gonna hit that within the next like maybe 6 weeks, 8 weeks, maybe even 10 weeks.
And that's $1,800.
Yeah, and traditional markets move very slow because they're closed on the weekends.
Yeah.
So they move very slow. Like in crypto, this would probably take like 2 months, but in traditional markets, this is going to take significantly longer, like maybe twice as long, maybe 4 months, 4.5 months.
Wow.
But right now,
I never thought about it like that.
Yeah, right now we're seeing exactly what we want to see. We're seeing the 21 EMA hold. We're seeing this as a inverted hammer right now, as you can see on the weekly candle. Let me zoom in right here. Let's go to the daily. Daily is giving us a very strong green candle right now. We have momentum at the very bottom on the daily. Like, let's see, did we go lower than before?
So it's pointing down.
Momentum is currently pointed down. It's flat laying right now. If we can point up, then this is gonna mark the low. But right now we're kind of flat. So we would have to close above this 88.3% level, which is $803. If we close above that, then momentum is going to flatline. It's probably going to switch to neutral. But as long as we're below 803, it's going to stay on a sell signal like this, and momentum is going to be flat. Right now, volatility is also pointed up, which supports the move down. We absolutely want to see this low hold at 762.19. If we don't see this low hold, almost certainly we're going to break this low right here, and we're going to come down to this 200 SMA around $650. Based on how the monthly looks right here, on our momentum, we're getting the monthly still on the upside. We're getting volatility still on the upside. We're getting the first signs of a monthly sell signal in the jewel. So if we do close like this and we don't reverse before the monthly end, we're very likely going to confirm the sell signal in the jewel. And we're going to come down to around $611. Maybe a little bit of bounce right there, retest 700. And then I would say we're going to come down eventually to the 21 EMA on the monthly, which is around like 500 to maybe 580 $511 or $515
God
right
damn.
now. Yeah, right now it's in the on the higher time frames it can go either way. We're in like a median zone, like a precarious zone on the monthly. On the daily, it's giving us the same thing where it's like if we close below this previous low, then we're gonna nuke very hard.
So the close would be you don't want to close below the 674, right?
Yeah, we don't want to close below 672.
Okay, 672. And then okay, I understand. Gotcha.
4 hours giving the same thing. Like we're moving up on the 4 hour. Momentum is pointed up on the 4 hour. Volatility is pointed down. So we would target this median zone, which is right here around $819. This is going to be a magnet for price action as long as volatility is pointed down. Once we hit that, if we do manage to close above it, then we're very likely to hit the top of the range and we've marked a low. If we reject that, then we're going to have another higher low right here, and we're going to end up going back towards this bottom of the range. And I seriously doubt it's going to hold, and I feel like we're going to go lower towards that 600 target right now that we saw earlier before. On the jewel, we're seeing that it loses sell signal and starting to flip back up in the bearish control zone. Let me mark the 35. 35 is what you want to see it flip below. This is 35 right here.
Got it.
Every single time it flipped below 35, we can see like a pretty significant bounce. Like right here, we flipped below 35 and we got a 34.5% bounce, almost 35% bounce. Last time right here, we ended up getting another 45% bounce. So every single time it drops below the 35 and it flips to a neutral signal and then buy signal, you get a significant bounce from there. So if we can confirm this, then I would probably target, look at the average move and see if it's above this meme line or not. Yeah, it's easily above this meme line. That would give us somewhere around close to this meme line.
Basically
40%, basically exactly this top meme line, which is around $1,130. And if we can close above that, then at that point, I would say that we're ready to break out, and we're going to go up to this 100% zone, which is around here at 1,270, 1,250. Right now, it's looking really good though.
Wow. Wowie. Yeah, and it's also making higher lows. It's just like this one, lower high, kind of fucked up. Okay. I got it. Estamos viendo SMCI. Vamos a ponerlo rápidamente en la semanal, que es donde empezó Farhan, para que lo puedan ver qué estamos haciendo. Y déjame también me echo para atrás para ver exactamente esto, de dónde viene. ¡Wow! ¡Qué movimiento! Una gran bandera alcista. Pueden ver el patrón para todos ustedes que estén aprendiendo. Vas para arriba y tienes consolidación de precio acá. Esto forma una deliciosa bandera alcista. Es bastante obvia para todos ustedes que andan checándolo por primera vez en su vida. En la semanal tenemos el momentum yéndose para arriba con un target en la mediana del indicador de Farhan, que es la zona azul que todos pueden ver, en los $792. La volatilidad está apuntando para abajo. El Joule, que es su otro indicador, está perdiendo la señal de compra y se está yendo a neutral con posibilidad de irse a venta. No quieres que se vaya a venta. Si se va a venta, muy probablemente, y déjame pongo esto, si se va a venta y estamos ya abajo del EMA 9 y acá tenemos el 100, pero si pierdes los 792 en la semanal, muy probablemente te vayas a dar una vuelta a los 630, 620. Es lo que queremos que aguante, básicamente. En la diaria, ¿qué estamos viendo en la diaria? En la diaria tenemos momentum para abajo, volatilidad para arriba, que es lo que está exactamente apoyando un poco el movimiento para abajo. Pueden ver que estamos aquí abajo en la diaria. Básicamente lo que estamos buscando es que tengamos un cierre arriba de los 803 para que el momentum cambie y se vuelva positivo y se vaya empiece a apuntar para arriba. Eso apoyaría un movimiento, si tenemos un cierre arriba de esto, que nos llevaría literalmente, muy probablemente en los próximos, y esto es lo que dijo Farhan, probablemente 4 a 5 meses, a que lleguemos a los $1,200, $1,800. Pero si no podemos aguantar esto, muy probablemente se vaya hasta los 650 y después de los 650 probablemente perdamos ese piso. No queremos caer de los 670. No, perdón. No queremos perder los 673. Si perdemos los 673, no se ve bien la cosa para esto. Entonces, es cosa simplemente, para ponérselo sencillo, estamos en 809, en 803. Queremos cerrar arriba de los 803 en la semanal, en la diaria, etcétera, para poder seguir el movimiento para arriba. Cierras abajo en los 792, básicamente es una confirmación que te vas a los 700, a los 630, 620, o más bien no una confirmación, pero una gran posibilidad. Se abre más la posibilidad a ese rumbo. All right. Let me just triple check that there's no one here that's repeated. No, he just got here. All right. Oh, we already did this one yesterday. Ecopetrol.
I think I've seen this before. Let me check this out.
You might have. I have it here with my stupid ass drawings. I saw this.
We just
yesterday.
did SMCI, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, House Democrats are apparently supporting Kamala's nomination.
Well, now that I think about it, it kind of feels like they're just getting us ready for the news that she's going to be the president, right?
Yeah.
That's kind of like what it feels like.
Everybody who would have challenged her is already supporting her. Gavin Newsom is supporting her. Gretchen Whitmer is supporting her. Everybody's supporting her.
God, and Gavin Newsom. God, I hate that fucking asshole.
Let me share my screen.
The most used car salesman of all the politicians.
Oh yeah, dude. And by the way, he's gonna be the next president after Trump. We're so fucked.
Yeah, that's not
all righty. Let me just write down Ecopetrol.
The guy who made California great again.
Oh, if by great you mean a fucking shithole, absolutely. Absolutely.
I went to California like a couple of years ago for the first time in a while, and I went to the Ralph's, and I went to the soda section, and they had that shit locked up, and that shit, that came as such a surprise to me. I'm like, what the fuck?
You haven't seen shit, dude.
Why are the sodas locked up?
You haven't seen shit. You can't walk into a lot of Best Buys anymore. You have to show ID at the door and tell them what you want.
That's weird.
Fuck?
What the heck?
Well, yeah, because there's no cops, there's no law. You can do whatever you want. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool.
Hey, as long as you steal below $950, you're good.
You're good.
You can't say that. Apparently, Google and Instagram flagged that as a lie, and they'll give you a strike. That's what they did to me, motherfuckers. I'm sorry. Ready for you, Alex. You might see me disappear a little bit. I'm just gonna peep, but I'm listening to you.
All good, brother. Yeah. So I mean, we have Ecopetrol. First time I'm seeing this chart, and off the bat, I do see that it wasn't an aggressive downtrend. We see that it kept projecting off its EMA 100 year right here, another one. The difference between the difference here that is making me slightly bullish, is the fact that we didn't break this low. So like technically, this low is still holding as potentially what we'd want is like this would be the higher low, right? And then we have the rally up, and then we made another low potentially at support. The idea here would be that we can just break the 1979 level, which is a huge level. It's a big level. But for me, then that would look quite good, and it breaks the downtrend on the monthly. But for now, right, we are technically losing the 9, which has been basically acting as support the entire time. I mean, we lost it one time on April 1st, but then it quickly got reclaimed, only for this deviation to happen. And this is probably where we do get some downside, like we've already seen. I mean, for me, ideally, we just hold this, red support line at $8.75. But as Farin mentioned earlier in the stream, right, the more times that we hit either support or resistance, the weaker it becomes. So you can see here, I mean, the prices, it's hit it once, 2 times, 3, 4, the 5th time, if it comes down, I'm not going to be too convinced that, it's going to hold. And then we'd look basically to see if we break this low here at $6.31, in my opinion. But that's the monthly, so it's not looking the best. I could definitely see it coming down. The weekly also confirms that. We can see here it basically is rejecting the 9 now, which is, what you don't want to see if you're bullish. It's kind of like the first step of some nice downside is when we lose the 9 and then reject off of it, and then getting that, after rejecting, we're getting that follow through on this next basically weekly candle, which closes in 3 days. So yeah, I mean, ideally the hopium here would just be essentially that it consolidates. If it can keep consolidating, that could probably give bulls some momentum to push it up. But until then, this is looking kind of weak. The 2-day kind of looks like a double top here with a lower high, in my opinion. And now we're seeing we're probably, in my opinion, going to break this $10.31. To me, that just seems likely. Where I'll be looking to see is if we basically can front run this $8.80 support. Maybe. Because right when I'm seeing this, I see a low and I see, some weak high and then potentially a higher low. And then, it kind of trekked up. We got another high. This is kind of where it stopped though. Because, try to make a higher low, but it made a higher high actually here. Yeah. And then it came down. And this is where it kind of got messy because it broke the low here, kind of caused it to be weak. We got that rally up. It consolidated a bit and then got to push up and then rejected here. So it's not looking the strongest in my opinion. I would just watch for more downside. Like a lot of these charts, we're kind of in the middle here. So there's not too much really to play off of here if you are bullish bias. So, all you really have to do is just flip to the daily and just watch the 9. We'd want 2 closures in my opinion above it, preferably 3, but 2. And that would probably be a good sign that, it's reclaiming this support. We'd probably see it just a push to the EMA 100 here in the daily. Reclaiming back above there and holding that, that'd be a great sign. One thing after the next, though, and we are in a nice downtrend. And I don't believe that this low at $10.30 is going to hold personally. So, it is looking pretty weak. And even on the lower time frames, we go to the 4-hour, it's not looking good. And we see we got like a nice hammerhead here, but then it just nothing changed because we still stayed below the 9, as you can see.
Yeah.
And these candles here are fun, they're cool, but like if it doesn't get above any key level, you would really want the second one too. But if it doesn't and rejects, turns red, and then we get the follow through here, it's just not a good sign. And I'm sure some bulls got trapped here, so. Not looking good, kind of weak. And, I would say, you really wouldn't want to lose the $10.30, but with how everything else is looking, it wouldn't surprise me. And losing that will probably lead to, a nice breakdown. It's around $10.30. And then losing that, right? And then, this is kind of a big range. So you could just look here at this wick low right around, $9.90 area.
Sorry, I missed it by 3 cents. I apologize. Okay.
No, yeah, that was good then. It makes sense, right? And that's like in my head, it goes in steps, right? So it's like we're probably, if it loses this, and the next step is to lose this low, and it's already looking weak losing this. So chances are we might. And then if it loses that, I really would probably see a move down to either this wick high at $9.69, or even just going all the way back down to like $8.80. But we know that would be the 5th tap. And the more time support is tapped, the weaker it gets. And the rule's same with resistance. So overall looking weak. I would still look for more downside, and this 4 hour is not healthy. So, like I said, we kind of see like, what was it? It was on the, I think it was on the 2-day. Yeah. Like, it put in almost like a double top with a lower high here.
Yeah. That to me is the like the one thing that sticks out, just like looking at how it's behaving and just not being able to even get even close to the higher. Like it's just making the attempt. And if you look at the chart from a little distance, you might be like, oh no, but it's not.
Yeah. So like the hopium would be, we just, in my opinion, don't break this low here. And if we do break it, then it's going to probably give us some nice momentum, and it'll, you know, confirm that that is the, you know, just probably, yeah, I mean, it'll just confirm that that wasn't the higher low bulls were hoping for. They were bidding it. It couldn't break this high here. And then, you know, we fell down, created another lower high. So the idea would be, yeah, these lows aren't safe right here, in my opinion. But one thing after the next, not looking the best. And I just keep watching the daily. Like I mentioned here, it's really easy. You know, it's especially when prices is strong down. Yeah, that's it. Just watch the daily. And, you know, ideally we get, you know, 2 to 3 closures above the 9. And then it's an easy bid, because then you could just bid the 9. Any daily closures losing it, you just close the trade. So something like that.
Nice and easy. That's what I say after you did it. So great. All right. Thanks, Alex.
Yeah.
Here we go. Ok. Estamos viendo Ecopetrol. Que Dios bendiga a mi estimadísimo Alberto. Aquí lo tenemos. ¿Qué estamos viendo para todos ustedes, para todos los que estamos aprendiendo, ¿no? Y estamos viendo esto. Venimos de altos y venimos en tendencia bajista. Cada que ves que el precio cae y luego consolida, es una bandera bajista. Pero en esta ocasión tuviste este rebote a la alza, que creó ¿qué es lo primero que notamos? Un alto más bajo que el pasado, que está acá. Entonces, tienes la caída, otra bandera bajista que te da la pinta de que quiere volver a regresar a altos, pero es un fake out y bajas. Consolidas precio, te intenta decir que se va a ir para arriba y vuelve a caer. Consolidas precio, te dice que se va a ir para arriba. ¿Y qué estás haciendo acá? Déjenme, me hago un buen zoom para que lo puedan ver bien. De nuevo, estamos en la semanal en esto. Estás haciendo altos más bajos. Más bajos. Y ahora, aquí tienes un bajo y acá tienes un bajo más bajo. Todavía no lo rompes. ¿Qué estás buscando? Esencialmente aguantar los 10.36, ese bajo. Si rompes ese bajo, probablemente tu siguiente objetivo sea la línea morada que está pintada ahí abajo, en los 9.93. Si llegas a tocar esto, muy probablemente la vayas a romper y te vayas a ir a los 8.55. Ahora, los voy a llevar a la diaria para que lo puedan ver en la diaria y les voy a ajustar el tamaño para que veas clarísimo, un alto más bajo, un alto más bajo, un bajo más bajo, que es lo que no quieres romper, y ahí va el precio para abajo. Pero ahora cuando les pongo el EMA 9 y el EMA 100, que es el morado, podemos ver cómo estamos debajo de eso en básicamente todo esto. Y acá intentas regresar, pero no puedes, está peleando demasiado el precio con esto y por eso se ve bastante bajista la cosa, porque te sigue rechazando y te sigue empujando para abajo. Entonces, lo más importante para ti, mi queridísimo Alberto Salinas, es que aguante los 10.29 y que no rompa ese bajo. Si rompes ese bajo, te vas a ir más para abajo. Así de sencillo. En vivo y en directo para todos ustedes a color. ¿Cómo de que no? Emer McDeal Vera Ortiz. Wow, what a name. Hang on. I'm going to do a plug for everyone. 1 second. Denme un segundito. Y les iba a decir, si nos están acompañando y nos están viendo por primera vez, dense una vuelta a BitGet para poder llevarse ahora sí que sus extras. Les están regalando la posibilidad de llevarse hasta, me parece que casi $7,000 o USDTs cuando se registran, dependiendo de cuánto depositen, etcétera. Esto es nuestro enlace, se los dejo en la parte de abajo, está en la descripción del video de YouTube y espero que también esto aparezca en otras plataformas, pero si no estamos jodidos, vale. ¿Y esto por qué? Estamos haciendo esto gratis y si nos pueden echar la mano y se registran ahí y tradean, estos tíos se llevan unas comisiones y aquí los podemos tener más tiempo. Vale, pues, vamos a seguir para adelante. Se aprecia muchísimo el gran plug. Ya hicimos eso, ya hicimos esto. Alberto, ¿dónde estás, Alberto? 1 second, boys. I'm a little lost. Here we are. I'm pretty sure this is close.
Perfect.
Wow, we're just like, there's so many people commenting. It's fucking crazy.
How do we see the comments?
You can't see them on if you're looking at the window right here.
No, I don't see
like
them.
on the top right, it says live or chat.
I don't see
On the
it.
right side, you don't have that? Hang on.
No.
Let me send you a picture so you can see it. Wow, take the fucking picture in my hands. I'm telling you, I can't hold the phone anymore. It's my old age.
I think just private chat messages show for us.
That's all you guys see?
Yeah, I think so.
That's so weird. Every time I access this shit, it shows me chats everywhere. Like the comments everywhere on all of the other shows I do with other people when they invite me to their channel. Oh, wow. I sent this to my wife. So now she's going to wonder what the fuck am I talking about? Great. Good morning, everyone.
Yeah, I don't see that.
Do you have like a premium version of this shit or not really? Of StreamYard?
I'm not sure. I think Alex signed up for it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and he's on my team, so I'm unsure.
And you can't see it?
Mm-mm.
All right. Well, fuck us, right?
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, we'll just figure it out.
We'll figure it out.
The suspense
all right. Well,
is nice.
Yeah, I got the. Hey, listen, it's even better that you don't have to deal with a fucking chat.
There you go.
Good for you. Let's go. UNG, everyone's favorite gas ETF.
They've been watching this for a few weeks.
Yes, we have.
Let's look at UNG.
It's just we had a mega pump. We caught the bottom on it, and everyone got really excited. And everyone, greed comes in, and everyone wants to like get in again and just do the simple win. But it's not that easy.
Wish it was, honestly. I mean,
yeah,
it bounced where it needed to. I'll just say
it
that.
Really did. It really did. Really fucking did. Who's doing this one? Farhan. Okay, here we go.
All right, so we're looking at the weekly right now. We're getting momentum starting to get the first signs of a flip down. We want to see this moving average also flip down to confirm that. We're getting volatility flipping up, and we're getting the jewel right now flipping from a sell signal into a neutral signal in the bearish control zone. Let's mark the 35 zone right here real quick, though.
Mm-hmm.
So last time we hit that zone in the bearish control zone below 35, we ended up getting how much of a bounce? About a 321% bounce. Not bad if you do ask me myself.
Wow.
So if we do confirm this buy signal right here, we could probably get a bounce up to this. If not this 55 EMA, at least the 21 EMA. But if we were to bounce up to this 55 EMA, it would be the same like 300-ish% bounce, and that would still make another lower high, and it would continue the downtrend. So to where like this thing can go up 300%, and it would still make lower highs, and it would still be in a downtrend. We're brushing up against this previous support right here at $14.06.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't look the strongest right now. If we do break this support at $14 and $13.87, we're very likely going to continue lower to this 88.3% level, which is at $9.38, right below $10.
Yeah.
Right now it looks like in the middle, like if because of this neutral signal. If we do continue to hold this support right here, we can end up going higher towards this 21 EMA, which is that $30 level, which is 300-something% higher. Make a higher lower high there, and then we would end up going down. But until then, I'm going to assume that this is going to be a continuous downtrend because the trend is your friend. If we close above this 21 EMA, which is also above this previous lower high, then we can say that this is a change in market structure, and then we're ready to move back up. But until then, we're on a weekly downtrend or monthly downtrend, not even weekly.
Yeah.
Which is the weekly. And the weekly right now, momentum is still pointed down, volatility is pointed up, which supports the movement down on the weekly. And right now, we're still bouncing off of this 21 on the weekly, and we're getting a rejection from this top meme line on the weekly. As long as we keep rejecting from this top meme line on the weekly, 88.3% level, which is at $14.90, we're going to come back down to this bottom line. And because we've already tested it twice before, the third time is likely not to hold, and we're going to break it, and we're going to come down to $11, maybe even lower to around $10 or $9.50. Right now, it's looking very weak on the weekly and the monthly. On the daily right now, we also have momentum flipping down. We would, if bulls are in control, we would expect it to hold right here on the minus 50% zone. We have a buy signal in the jewel as well, right here below 35. So if the bulls are in control, we're gonna make a higher low right here on this 5 EMA and continue upwards to the 55 at 1680. But if the bears are in control, we're gonna continue to reject here at this top line. We're gonna go back down to this bottom line and break it and keep going lower. Right now, like I would probably give the probability somewhere around like 65 or 70% in terms of the bears. You see over here on the 4-hour momentum is topped out like it was back here before we had this huge dump. So once it's up here, it's that much harder to keep momentum up.
Yeah,
and then it's gonna inevitably flip back down. And if we lose the support right here on the 9 EMA, we're gonna break this low and we're gonna end up going back down towards that $9.50 target. Right now, it's not looking the best. It's looking like
on the daily, you're kind of already losing that, no?
Yeah.
The 9 EMA, really. And I do feel like it's got to go lower simply because of the it's kind of like an ETF reprices itself based on the movements across a long time from the asset that they represent, right? Because you're not buying natural gas. You're buying a fucking proxy for natural gas. And you see where it comes from. Like, I think it started at $8,000 a share when you go all the way to the top of this thing. So as time goes through, as time goes by, it's natural that every time we're getting weaker, we should be getting to a new lower, no matter what. And I feel like that's the move that's coming that we haven't gotten to, which is the below the 1357. It's kind of giving everybody, because natural gas is very famous for destroying everyone. So to me is, yeah, it's bouncing up. I see it kind of like struggling with the EMA 9, but at the same time, it's at an important point, at an important resistance. It trying to like tell me I'm going up. And let me show you actually my chart. I'm going up right here. This is the daily. I'm going to break through this. And also I'm breaking through this, but it can't. And then instantly it's coming down here. And then before you know it, probably you're going to see a move under this line, which is good support. And probably you're going to head down to revisit the 387. And it's probably not going to hold, because that's 1, 2, 3 times we touch it on a daily, and probably go down right here onto the next area, which should be under $13. That's what it just feels to me just by looking at it.
And the 2-day tells a story too. Like, we rallied up, but we're just kind of rejecting even before hitting the 9 on the 2-day. And churning could be a ugly candle.
Oh wow, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And that's not even a rejection. That's like, you didn't even touch me, son.
Yeah, exactly. And you can see, like, this is like the first, it hasn't even tapped it officially yet, but like, yeah, price to 2 days, like telling a story here, because it just is keeping it down. Yeah. Daily might flip it 1 or 2 days, but the 2 days, like, telling us, it's still resistance.
It certainly is, letting you know that you're fucked. All right, here we go. Thank you, Farhan. Thank you, Alex. Vamos, esto es UNG, recuerden, esto es un proxy para el gas, esto es un ETF. Quiero pasar a enseñarles algo que había platicado ayer en el canal con todos los que estaban viendo. Estos ETFs normalmente los quieres comprar cuando sabes que el precio está a punto de tocar piso. ¿Por qué? Porque a través del tiempo siguen siempre perdiendo valor. Pueden ver exactamente desde dónde viene el precio. Quiero que entiendan esto. Esto jamás va a regresar a altos históricos. Altos históricos son 8,175. O sea, es imposible literalmente hacer eso. Los traigo de vuelta. Estamos en la semanal y estamos viendo el movimiento del que venimos, de los 135. No va a regresar a estos niveles jamás esta cosa, porque simplemente no están hechos estos ETFs para eso. Son un proxy para invertir en el bien que estás buscando, que en este caso es gas natural. Se llama UNG pero hay otras diferentes formas de hacerlo y diferentes ETFs. Ok, Yendo literalmente simplemente a esto, en la mensual estamos viendo que el momentum está volteándose para abajo, estamos viendo que la volatilidad se está yendo para arriba y que el Jules está dando se está yendo de vender a neutral. Esto haría un objetivo bastante potente, pero la cosa es, tenemos que romper aquí y poder cerrar arriba de esto, de los 21.61 más pronto que después. Pero el problema que tenemos es, como están viendo, estamos abajo del EMA 100 y estamos ya perdiendo y perdimos acá el EMA 9, que es bastante importante. Lo perdemos en la semanal. ¿Qué me dicen de la diaria? La diaria es un poco de lo mismo también. Y aquí lo pueden ver ustedes, para que no les digan y no les cuenten. Estamos intentando pelear en este momento con el EMA 9, que es de nuevo bastante importante. Podemos ver que una vez que se rompe, pueden ver esta gran caída. Y aquí habíamos tocado un fondo en los 13.86, aunque aquí venimos a hacer uno nuevo en los 13.57. Nos dijo y nos está haciendo pensar que esto quiere reventar a la alza con esta vela, pero esta vela es engañosa. Y ahora vean dónde estamos parados en esto. Entonces, si pueden ver, estamos abajo de donde está el EMA 9 y esto es una muy mala señal. Muy probablemente no vaya a aguantar este nivel. Tenemos que ver si podemos aguantar el nivel de los 14.56 primero para arriba, poder aguantar, tener un cierre arriba de los 15.23 y de ahí podemos empezar a pensar a ir a buscar los 17.48 y tener objetivos al alza. Pero por ahora se ve bastante débil esto. Entonces tiene cara que va a caer más. Ojo, y es por eso que les he dicho, no se metan todavía en esto, a menos de que sea muy poquito para empezar, porque tiene cara que quiere ir a buscar más para abajo. Vale, pues. All right. Oh, people's favorite. Nvidia.
All right.
Oh, boy. On the daily, it's getting rejected by the EMA 9.
Let's check this out here. Let's see what my chart is.
Let me see.
Okay. Let me see what I was thinking here.
Oh, there you go.
So we've been watching this for a minute. If the EMA 9 is going to reject first, this isn't going to work. But the idea here is, so Nvidia on the daily, this is something we were watching last stream, or maybe two weeks ago, essentially, where, I was watching this almost like lower high / double top form. And mainly, though, the focal point here is just the lower high, and then here we did make that lower low here, in my opinion, because we broke this and it lower time, like, mid-price action right here, it just seems not the strongest, but also not the worst. You do mention the point, it is rejecting the EMA 9 right now. Getting above that, probably to me signals a move back to 132, 130, 150. If we can get, if it goes back above there, I'll be watching that area closely, because breaking above that, then the next step is, let's just break this high here that rejected. And maybe potentially shift some structure on the daily. It did bounce where it needed to bounce, which was this like 116.43 level that I had drawn out. But for now, it's just on the daily. We are rejecting the 9, which would be the first place, in my opinion, we would reject. And, we're going to see where the daily closes from here. But, if bears wanted to, they could start pushing this down. I mean, we have that wick rejection. If this turns red on today, they could have some fuel to push it down. Now, if they do, like I said, the area I'm watching is just that 116.41 level. It's a nice bounce zone for price. And, with Nvidia being in such an aggressive downtrend, everyone's been trying to short this and call the downside. And it hasn't been easy at all.
I mean, look at the weekly.
Yeah. So when we cycle, let's check the weekly. When we go and cycle in, it is just crazy strong. And
exactly.
I can say this, but the weekly is still holding the 9. And that is the place where, had you just bid it and closed the app, and like in a month's end, you'd probably be up green. So Nvidia is like one of those stocks. Personally, though, I'm watching the daily. I'm focused on the daily. The weekly looks good. It is not looking the best. It's not looking the worst. This wasn't a really girthy red weekly candle that we had. And actually, on closer look, it did lose the 9 right here. So it then the 9 pushed up, and then the weekly, I guess, opened above, or somehow, I guess it just opened above, even though it did close below it, which is interesting to me. So for now, I mean, Nvidia is just, I'm kind of like on the edge of, I do think that it could definitely have a nice bounce from here, but I'm also still, I can't discount the fact that, it is still on like the daily and the 2-day potentially making lower highs, and even a lower low here. So then I guess I would just be on lower high watch until proven otherwise. And for me, getting proven otherwise would be just breaking that, basically that high. Yeah, exactly. Like right at $136.15. But if it does lose this level, I do think we'll have a nice dump, in my opinion. I do think that we could easily fill this. Basically, when price just breaks out and goes, it leaves a lot of these inefficiencies just kind of where price can go down and test that easily. The first, probably before 98, and we'll call it 97, 70, 98, probably the first stop will be here,
I got
in my opinion.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so that would be probably the first stop before that, honestly. And you could even like look at that as like a mid-range, I guess. Losing that, then I do think then we'll go easily to $97.70 to $98. But yeah, for sure. So if we lose like 116, even in my opinion on a daily closure, and it holds down, then holds down meaning it keeps closing below 116.50. Then I think the chances are greater of us going to that 107. And what's interesting is you're now seeing this daily EMA kind of grind up, and that's what you want to see. So it's going to start moving, with price. It's going to keep grinding up on each closure, and the idea would be, it gets kind of close to that 107, 106.50 area, to solidifying that, this could be a nice bounce zone. But for now, the daily isn't looking the best. We are rejecting the 9, which is what you'd expect if this is a downtrend forming. And that's basically it. I mean, the daily's rejecting the 9. Watch 106.50 if we lose $116.60. Let me just check the weekly, though, is still, trying to bounce off the 9. Still not looking strong, though. This was an aggressive candle, red candle. The hopium would be something like this, where then this weekly kind of, recovers a good amount. That would be like the hopium, but what we wouldn't want is it to reject that daily EMA 9, leading to the weekly to kind of churn into an ugly wick, giving us that momentum to probably go down and test that daily EMA 100, which ideally will fall in line with this meme support here. Let's check the monthly really quick. Yeah, so the monthly it's not looking good. It's still holding green. This is for now like a doji, but this could easily churn into a top monthly candle, which would basically be like this, turning into a full red body, with a long candle wick to the upside. That wouldn't be the best sign, in my opinion, especially with what we know with the daily potentially flipping to a downtrend. It's just not looking the best with Nvidia. I think that patience would be, probably someone's best tool in trading Nvidia. Kind of just let the trade come to you, because it's really easy, right? We're focused on the daily here, and we understand that this is strong support. If we lose it, get it close below, you could easily just play the bearish retest, ideally. Or if it loses it and gets reclaimed again, then you can just play the SFP to the upside. So for now, I'm just personally watching and waiting on Nvidia, because the daily is at a precarious spot where like we could reject here, but it could easily, because we're not even that far from the 9,
break it,
right, and then push up, trapping people thinking, okay, cool, like it's bottomed, and really it's just putting in another lower high. And then I do believe if we do get a push up, this is like why I do think this something like a push up wouldn't surprise me to reject down. I do think if we come back down, this isn't going to hold, and we're probably going to come down like that. And then you could just either take the trade with the bearish retest, or, you know, have an invalidation on the short at, you know, potentially trying to find the next lower high. This is mainly this line, it's just a visual. I mean, I get lucky because it rejected off of it, but I just like using these for the visuals on the lower high. They can kind of help us on seeing it, so then it makes our invalidation easier, because, you know,
yeah, I'm a big fan of those.
If you were to keep drawing this top line down, you can make a descending triangle.
Yeah, and that's true.
Yeah,
that is true. So we'll just drag it down. I mean, it'd be long,
a little long.
Yeah, but
price can still fuck around in that range for a long time, though.
For sure, it can just go like that, boom, 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 boom. And then at the precipice of it, right around here, if this is true, then, you know, we would see some kind of reaction around here. Potentially. So it could chop, and that is a good point. It could just be in a wedge here. It's a great point. And, you know, you would expect Nvidia to perform strong, not just nuke, because it's been telling you all year it's a strong asset, and people like to buy Nvidia discounted. So, you know, essentially, I do think it's just going to range a little bit more. Rejecting the 9, though, will probably give us a little bit of fuel to go down, you know, and then from there, we'll see if this 116.50 holds. It's like 116.44 to 116.50, in my opinion. Will hold.
The important level.
Yeah, very important.
All righty, ahí les va. Nvidia, muy sencillo. Básicamente, y les voy a empezar con la mensual. La mensual no se ve tan bien. ¿Por qué? Tenemos esta vela que nos está diciendo este puede ser un tope, y esta otra que simplemente con bajar acá y cerrar esta semanal en rojo, la haría otra vela que te está diciendo este fue el tope de esto. Pero están viendo dónde está el EMA 9, están viendo dónde está el EMA 100, lo voy a poner ahora en la semanal. La semanal se ve bastante bien comparado con la mensual, pero se ve mucho mejor que la diaria. La diaria no se ve tan bien, ahorita les voy a explicar por qué. En la semanal, básicamente, en la semanal lo que estamos viendo es, hicimos aquí nuestro alto histórico 140.93, tenemos este nivel en los 116.67 que no queremos romper. Estás viendo cómo el precio está rebotando justamente en el EMA 9, lo que pone a la gente con muy buenas esperanzas de que muy probablemente vayamos a volver a retestear arriba. Pero cuando lo volteas a ver en la diaria, aquí te cuento otra historia. Aquí puedes ver cómo el EMA 9, que es la línea naranja que están viendo acá, está literalmente donde el precio. Tienes este alto y ¿qué sabemos, no? Este alto y un alto más bajo. Tienes este bajo y un bajo más bajo. Entonces, esto se ve algo bajista, pero de nuevo, ¿cómo se llama? El hecho de que estemos todavía aquí aguantando podría decirnos que, pues, güey, va a rebotar e irse acá. ¿Qué es lo que tienes que hacer para esperar? Porque esto es un juego de paciencia más que nada. ¿Quieres esperarte aquí en los 135 a ver si puedes romperlos? Porque justamente como dice Alex y Farhan, acá tienes esto, básicamente. Y esto, si lo sigues, crea básicamente un wedge, pero no lo voy a poner aquí yo en mi pantalla, pero aquí sí puedes ver cómo tranquilamente puede ir esto y pegar acá y simplemente hacer un alto más bajo, y eso sería bajista. Si vuelves a tocar el precio en los 116.70 y retestear este soporte, probablemente lo vayas a romper. Tienes una probabilidad mucho más alta de romperla ahora con este toque. ¿Y qué tienes aquí abajo? El EMA 100. Y ve dónde está, buscando los 103, y hay un objetivo aquí en los 107 donde tienes bastante confluencia de precio de este lado. Pero antes de eso tenemos que ver qué va a pasar acá. Y también abajo tenemos más objetivos. Este es mi objetivo nuevo, yo ya tenía el de los 107. Pero después de eso, si llegas a romper esto, estás hablando de los 97. Pero una cosa a la vez, sobre todo también puedes ver acá en la de 2 días, se parece mucho a la de un día, está aguantando y está literalmente peleándose con el EMA 5. Entonces, digo, el 9. Vamos a ver si lo puedes superar, pero yo me pondría en la diaria a tener paciencia a ver qué hacemos. Y un nuevo alto y romper los 135.84, que es necesario para que esto se vea bien. y si no, esperar a ver si rompemos a la baja. Y como ven, se está peleando acá con el precio, por eso vieron este número dorado subir y bajar, porque ahora está el precio abajo del EMA 9 oficialmente. Y cuando lo voltea, se cambia de lugar, para que sepan. Vale, eso es Nvidia, ¿cómo de que no? All right. Do you guys mind just doing a little bit of a lesson as to how to put a stop loss and take profit?
Sure. Yeah,
Okay.
no, absolutely. And I mean, I can go first. We can just use Nvidia since we talked about it.
Do it.
Cool. So, I mean, here, let's do the scenario where, okay, the 2-day reclaims the daily EMA 9, and the daily ends up doing that as well, giving us momentum to push up. The theory would be this, we basically keep the lower high structure and come down. We can keep chopping, but the idea would be every time we go back up above this wedge, we keep making lower highs. Meaning just essentially we don't want to break like the highs that we keep making while coming down, eventually leading to a breakdown for that big lower low. So now where I would put the stop loss is, okay, if we get a move like this and we start rejecting, let's say on like the lower time frames, like an hourly, 2 hour, and a 4 hour, it's really easy for me to kind of set my invalidation here. You can add it 2 spots. Personally, I would add it here. So I would have my stop loss just a little above this wick high, because it makes sense, right? If the thesis is that it's going to keep putting in lower highs and we eventually want that lower low breakdown, then the idea would be, because right here, what I see is we broke down, we made a low, it came down, made a lower high, then made a lower low. So the idea would be catch the lower high short, have your stop above, because where exactly you're wrong, because your invalidation is this last lower high, and ride the short down to either back to the meme support line, or you could take it to that 107, 106 level. And what's nice about identifying trend early on is you can really easily have like a tight invalidation. So if you take entry anywhere from here, your risk to reward is actually pretty good. And what I like about TradingView is, we can like visualize this right here. So a simple, just place the short a little above there, target here. You're losing 3% to make almost a 20%. Super nice risk to reward on this trade, and you know exactly where you're wrong. That's kind of how I like to play my setups mainly. Extremity shorts or longs. At the extremity, it makes it a lot easier to have an invalidation. Now, if you don't think that this was the lower high, right? Because if, let's say this is wrong, this white line, another place you could place your stop would just be this wick high here. After we got the rejection. Why I think this is the lower high is just simply because we got the lower low here on the wick basis. But that is another way you could play it here, and it makes your risk a little more, but also very logical. But how I trade is I personally keep my risk as tight as possible, know exactly where I'm wrong, and take a position like this. So the idea would be you take entry like right around, let me see if I can adjust that properly. Yeah, like right around 131, like 130. And that's kind of how I position. I like trading the extremity. I like understanding the trend up or down. On Bitcoin, it's been easy because as long as you know where let's say we're playing the 4 hour trend and it's to the upside like it's been, it's easy because if you can identify the higher lows and you can kind of long and have an easy stop loss exactly where you're wrong. Where most go wrong is they just get stubborn and they don't want to take the loss. They think, well, no, this could easily, reverse back up, or I'm safe. And the issue with that thinking is you're not respecting the trend or just simple technical analysis and the fact that there's a lot of algorithms tied to trading. So once price breaks certain levels, that's when you often turn the stop loss off, and we've all been there, right? And then price just ends up dumping so much more than you were expecting because, just like how you had that thesis, a lot of people do. So when you have that stop loss right at that area, and it breaks it, that's kind of like the place where you want to get out. You know exactly where you're wrong. That wasn't the lower high. And why would you hold a trade then when your thesis is essentially wrong?
And it's also dumb to do so because of the time, because you're borrowing money when you're playing a short or a long. So why would you let the price go to the other side completely, continue to stack up against you, and then let let leverage and the cost of leverage fucking kill you through time? Like, you just the way I look at it, it's almost like I'm placing a bet. If it runs quickly, awesome. If it doesn't, fuck it. That's the way I see it, and I'm paying a little entry. Like every time I do it, it's going to cost me $100. But when I nail one of these, and it's going to be not 1 in 10, it's going to be way more. It's going to give me $1,000, right? So that's what we're aiming for,
and
without like wasting any time.
Yeah, I often think the same. Like when I look at my, because that's the first thing I always try to identify, not TP, but where's my risk, and where's a logical place to put risk? Because the issue is most when they start off, they just focus on take profit. And what we need to condition our brain to do is always look at the risk and know exactly why we're placing that stop loss. Because, you know, when I started out trading years ago, I would just place stop losses that didn't make sense. And then we all have those trades where it hits the stop and the thesis was right. It just was not well planned. And, you know, for me, when I'm inputting a trade, it's like stop loss first. How much am I risking? Because in my head, it's, okay, how much is this thesis worth to me? Is it worth losing $500, $600, but to make 9 or 10 grand? Yeah, that's worth it to me. So let me run that. It's kind of like, you know, just like the betting metric, like how much is a position worth to you, and like how much are you willing to lose with this thesis? And you know, as long as your risks are mitigated, then you theoretically will win. Just most go wrong by only looking at profit and then not having a logical stop loss, I guess.
Yeah, which you learn quickly once you get into the gambling world of this casino, that you'll get fucked and your account will be liquidated quick.
Oh yeah.
All right. Thanks for that lesson, Alex. Let's go. I'm going to do it in español for these guys. Let's go. Vale, pues, les voy a enseñar rapidísimo cómo pones un stop loss y un take profit. Y quiero que sepan esto, ¿qué es un stop loss? ¿Qué es un take profit? Un stop loss es cuando dices, cuando te estás protegiendo, si tu apuesta va para que el precio va para abajo y el precio sube, para que detenga la apuesta y que pierdas una cantidad moderada. Si tienes tu apuesta que va a subir y empieza a bajar, lo mismo. Eso es un stop loss. Take profit es sencillo, es llevarte las ganancias, ¿no? Entonces, ¿cómo sé cuándo llevarme las ganancias y cuándo cortar mis pérdidas? Es básicamente la pregunta que nos están mandando. Tenemos aquí la gráfica de Nvidia que nos pone un escenario bastante sencillo para poder comprender. Con análisis técnico nos damos cuenta que hacemos un alto, lo que parece un pico, un bajo, un alto más bajo, y de ahí vamos a un bajo más bajo. Lo que nos dice es que muy probablemente el precio va a ser esto. Vaya a regresar acá y después probablemente ir para abajo y tal vez esto y tal vez para abajo. Esa es la probabilidad que me da, que va a volver a retestear esto. Entonces, ¿cómo puedo aprovechar esta oportunidad? Muy sencillo, voy a abrir un short. Quiero medir mi short, ahí te va. Pones esto en TradingView que dice short position, le picas y empiezas básicamente aquí. Este es el último alto. Si ven la lógica de un alto más bajo que el que sigue, no va a llegar el precio acá, pero tampoco lo quieres poner tan apretado, quieres darte tantito espacio, entonces ahí lo voy a poner. Voy a hacer esto más chico para que lo puedan ver. Ok, ahí lo puse. Ahora voy a moverlo a la derecha, pero sin cagar, espérenme, en donde está, que está un poco más arriba de esa posición, ¿ok? Lo voy a poner ahí. Ahora, ¿dónde voy a dejar mi stop loss? Espérame, esto va más para abajo. Pendejo. Ok. Es más o menos acá. Ok, digamos que voy a querer mi entrada acá. ¿Dónde voy a poner mi stop loss? Lo voy a poner aquí. Y me estoy mamando de lo apretado que está. Nunca te sale así de exacto. Pero digamos que voy a poner mi entrada en este lugar que es justamente coincide con esto. Y aquí abajo tienes tus ganancias, que es qué tanto puedo ganar comparado con cuánto puedo perder. Si pongo mi stop loss así como lo están viendo acá, lo que haría esto es, básicamente, estás viendo el precio va a subir, va a entrar acá, va a tomar, ponte tú que tome el precio acá, que no haya llegado hasta el pico, y aquí es mi entrada. Mi entrada fue en los 133. Y que de aquí se voltee el precio para abajo y empieza a caer. Aquí abajo es donde quiero tomar ganancias primero o aquí abajo. Puedes rifártela y también puedes sacar 50% de ella acá o 50% de ella acá. Quieres tomar tus ganancias cada que llegues a una de estas líneas importantes donde ves que el precio tiene una reacción importante. Entonces, cuando volteamos a ver esto, perdón, es que sigo pintando. Cuando volteamos a ver esto, mi stop está en ¿cómo se llama? 2.18% de riesgo contra un beneficio de 12.53%, por lo que tiene sentido. Y ahora, si hiciera esto aún más grande a la baja, ¿no? Que le pegáramos a este, estás hablando de un 20% contra un 2%. Entonces, así es como lo quieres jugar. La manera en la que yo lo veo en mi mente y cómo lo justifico, ¿no? Para mi esposa, la manera en la que yo veo esto y lo justifico en mi mente es, estoy intentando hacer apuestas lo más rápido posible. No me importa si voy a estar bien y se va a tardar 10 días o 30 días o 50 días. ¿Por qué? Porque estoy pidiendo prestado dinero. Cuando hago un long o hago un short, perdón, me voy a poner en pantalla. Cuando hago un long o hago un short, lo que estoy haciendo es pidiendo dinero prestado para poder, ahora sí que usar apalancamiento. Entonces, cuando estoy pidiendo dinero prestado para usar apalancamiento, cada ciertas horas, cada 8 horas en promedio, te cobran dinero para pagar, bueno, te van a cobrar para pagar ese apalancamiento. Entonces, ¿qué es lo que yo quiero? Que instantáneamente me invalide el trade. Si estoy diciendo, apuesto a que va a subir y estoy llegando a una línea de resistencia importante, y voy a tocar ahí y voy a decir, ahora puesto que va a bajar, ¿no? En esta línea, voy a poner mis stop loss acá. Porque si el precio, aunque suba y luego baje, no me interesa. O si tarda 10 días en volver a bajar y va a llegar mi objetivo, no me interesa. Quiero rápido ver qué tanto puedo hacer. Porque con que le pegues a varias de estas, digamos a 6 de 10, en el lado en que tú quieres, con las ganancias que tú estás buscando, donde te da mucho más beneficio comparado con tu pérdida del stop loss, va a ser una fortuna una y otra vez, que es lo que hacen estos tíos, ¿no? Básicamente, y lo que he estado aprendiendo últimamente. Entonces, así es como puedes poner tu stop loss y tu esto. Ok. This is going to be an interesting subject, boys. All right?
Perfect.
Hang on. This is, do you believe that it's good to buy the meme coin of Donald Trump and hold it until he wins the presidency? Wait, you're muted, Farhan.
I don't know. It's very questionable. I feel like it's going to be like type of buy the rumor, sell the news type of thing.
Always.
Where like it goes up into the election, and then if he were to win, probably like nuke right after. If I were holding it, I would sell it before the election.
Me too. What about you, Alex?
Yeah, I mean, same. I don't even know what. I don't know. I've never seen a coin like this. I know there's Bowden, but I kind of stay away from those. But I mean, in theory, yeah, we'd expect it to go up, or people would front run it, because markets are forward. You know, they think in the future always. So I would just play it like how Farn would. Definitely, if I were to play that, just sell it before he wins, right before maybe the inauguration or something.
Same thing. Absolutely the same thing. Let's get Revy going, and I'll just tell these guys what you just said. Lo de la presidencia de Trump y el meme coin de Trump, si lo vas a comprar ahorita y holdearlo hasta que gane Trump, tienes que venderlo antes de que sea la elección y que sea anunciado que ganó Trump, porque los mercados piensan para adelante y están siempre viendo para adelante. Entonces, tienes que estar preparado y listo para ese tipo de movimientos. Vamos a ver Rivian. Y esta es una que me imagino Farhan tiene lista. Sir, let's go.
All right, we're looking at Rivian on a weekly.
Weekly.
Right now, we have momentum still pointed up. We have volatility also pointed up, and we have a buy signal on the jewel. So right now, we're seeing a little bit of a top signal right here with this candle closing like this. So I'm thinking we come down here to retest this meme line at this 55 EMA, somewhere around $16.30. If we hit this and hold it while momentum and volatility are still pointed up, I would think this would be our next higher low, and then we're going to end up going somewhere around $20 to maybe like $21. At that point, I feel like we would easily go up and fill this gap, because usually the gaps are like magnet for price action. Probably go somewhere around like $23. I feel like we would reject the first time around and come back down and make another higher low, and then continue going up from there to around like 27 to maybe $28. Let's check the daily. Daily right now is momentum is pointed down, where volatility is starting to point back up. So volatility starting to support the move down. Right now we're holding the bottom 38.2%, which is $16.70. We want to continue to hold that, and then we can target this upper zone, which is around $19. If we do lose this $16.70 zone, though, momentum is likely to point down towards the daily and the weekly, and we're probably not going to hold this zone where we did before. Probably going to come back down towards this gap right here at the bottom of this range, which is around $12.45. It doesn't seem as likely to me right now, as long as we keep holding this. But once we lose this on a daily close, then this is going to be almost certain that we're going to come back down to fill this gap right here.
Okay.
4 hours holding the 21 EMA right now. 4 hours starting to momentum is at the neutral zone, and the volatility is also at the zero zone. The jewel is starting to lose the sell signal and flipping to neutral. It's gonna flip from neutral to buy if we can hold this 9 EMA and we possibly flip green right here, or if we hold this 9 EMA and we continue sideways, then it'll flip buy. If we lose the 9 EMA though, it's probably gonna flip back to sell, and that would give us targets back towards this gap right here, which is around that same $12.45 target.
Mm-hmm.
But right now it's looking like if this doesn't hold, we're gonna go down towards 12. If it does hold, then we're gonna make a higher low here, continue sideways, and then go upwards from there.
That looks pretty good to me. I like the sound of that. And I think earnings are coming up when? Today? No, this is for Tuesday, August 6th. So no Teslas today. Okay.
Yeah, August 6th.
Yeah.
Well, good luck, everyone. I want to see how that goes before
Tesla
I
earnings
get...
today? I guess
Yeah.
So.
Because their margins have been fucking complete garbage. They've been just discounting the fuck out of their inventory and reducing all of them. So I can't imagine that being good, but the charts are very positive. So I am very conflicted because normally nothing matters but the chart. So we'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see what they surprise us with. Alrighty, let me share this with everyone. Vamos, estamos viendo Rivian básicamente en la semanal. ¿Qué es lo que está viendo Farhan? Está viendo que el momentum va para arriba, la volatilidad va para arriba y aparte el Joule tiene una señal de compra. Acabas de ver un poco un tope acá porque estás viendo esta vela y esta vela es un poco más baja que la pasada, lo que te dice que vas a volver a retestear básicamente esta línea en los 16.30 y aquí es donde vino y la tocó. Si pueden ver el precio literalmente tocándolo perfectamente, pero si podemos aguantar el precio acá y no rompemos esta línea a la baja en, digamos, los 16.30, muy probablemente el momentum, la volatilidad se van a quedar arriba y eso nos puede llevar a los 19, básicamente hasta los $19, casi 20, y de ahí una vez que rompamos esta zona nos podría llevar a cerrar un gap que existe aquí en los 21.90 hasta los 23.16, ¿ok? Esa es la idea. Y de ahí te puedes ir todavía más para arriba y empezar a romper a la alza 27, $28. Ahora, voy a ponerlos en la diaria. Un segundito. En la diaria es un poco la misma canción, aunque el momentum va para abajo, la volatilidad está flipeando para arriba. Estamos en los $17 en este momento. Queremos que 16.70 aguante para poder irnos a nuestro siguiente objetivo en los $19. Si perdemos esta línea de los 16.50, 16.30, depende cómo lo veamos, digamos 16.30, porque este es un punto pivote importante. 16.30, probablemente vayamos a visitar esta línea por acá de entre los 13 y los $12 con 45 centavos. Rivian se ve más alcista que nada, pero recuerden que earnings vienen pronto y resultados de empresas y cualquier cosa puede cambiar. Pero se ve bastante bien la cosa, muy prometedora. Parece que por fin vamos a romper este bajo, romper estos altos y empezar a de verdad buscar objetivos a la alza. Tiene buen sabor esto. Vale, pues. All right. Dominion Energy.
Dominion. That reminds me of the voting software.
Oh, yeah.
I haven't heard of that in a minute.
Well, you will very soon. Just hear about it until we fucking die.
That's true.
It was rigged, guys. It was rigged.
Oh.
Dominion rigged it.
Whoever owns the voting machines owns kind of like whatever happens, no? Because
It's hard to argue against it.
Yeah.
it's really hard to really argue against that.
Hold
It's
on,
just
I'm
a
gonna go pee
very
real quick.
basic principle. Let's see.
All right, let me get my shirt up.
But you said, let me get my shirt up. I'm like, why? What the fuck is this?
Wrong stream.
Wrong screen, boys.
All right.
I got you. All right, 1 second. At Dominion.
Yeah, so Dominion's looking interesting on the monthly. I mean, you can see the breakout here. You get a really nice move from this level. You know, and like this is a big drop. You could argue this is a back test of the breakout level. Aggressive and took long, but it did it. You know, this was the spot kind of where you'd want it to bounce, in my opinion. Now, you know, the issue with Dominion is on the monthly, you know, it did lose its EMA 100 on the monthly, which is an area that it doesn't really like to lose, honestly. You know, it can lose it a little bit here, but it quickly gets bought up. So this, yeah, I think this would be the longest time it's been under the EMA 100 on the monthly, which is a, you know, something mentally to note, right? That's a shift that telling me that it's weaker now. And so what we'd expect here then is it's a good sign that it is above its monthly EMA 9 for now. It did lose it, but this could have been like a trap. We don't know until the close. Trap meaning, okay, so we reclaimed it. All these late longs basically got punished. Shorts aped in because they thought this was going to be a deviation, losing the 9, losing support. And then it quickly got bought up. Now we're above it again. The idea would be we just kind of see, you know, a nice move back up to this resistance right around like 55, 60 area. If we can get back above there, then I do think that we can definitely test this because as you see, since losing it on the monthly, we haven't tested it. And this was a big level because when it lost it, you know, it basically fell. I guess it was too quick. It was 40 something percent. Let me actually do it from the closure. Let me get this off. Yeah, so when we lost it from this wick high, I mean, yeah, it fell 45%. So it was a big level to lose. You could argue that it tried to, you know, retest it here. It just didn't fully hit it. But, you know, for me, that is a rejection off of it. So that's a big level I'd be watching for. But we first have to break, in my opinion, like 55, 60 to get a chance to tap this at 65.18. And this will keep grinding with price as we consolidate. Now let's go to the 5-day. You know, the 5-day to me isn't looking the worst. Why I say that is because it kind of shows the trap I'm showing. So it was like a fake breakdown, nice big girthy 5-day candle, only for it to just kind of get bought up again. And you could argue this is like some deviation here. So ideally, and you could also argue from this low, we've been kind of making structure on the 5-day. So we made a low, a high, a higher low, a higher high. You know, is this the higher low? Potentially. And so just going back from that one point, if you were to play this and you needed an easy invalidation, it could just be at this low here for a stop, assuming this is the higher low on the 5-day.
The 47.97?
Yeah, so like you would take it from the low and you don't make it exactly at it. I just do it a little below it. So yeah, like 47.70, 47.80. And then, you know, you play it by just anytime we hit the 5-day EMA, you just add to it. And if we do lose it, like, you know, let's say you longed right here and we grind it all the way up and on this candle we lost it. Well, that's cool. You could just sell the trade and profit before it even hits your stop, let's say. So that's nice. That's a nice part about EMAs is they'll constantly be moving with price. So you can like keep readjusting your stop and know when you're wrong a lot quicker than just waiting for your stop loss to hit. Now, I'll be watching the daily today on this. We want to see if it's going to hold the 9. If it doesn't, there's probably a good chance we're going to come down to the 100 EMA on the daily, which is sitting like right at $50, $50.09. And you can see since breaking out, price hasn't really tested that. So that would be an area I'd look for potentially a bounce. And you can see the reactions here. It does like to bounce since reclaiming it. So after losing it, we'd expect it to backtest it, and then move up. So I would expect this to hold. We reclaimed the 9 for the push up to like 55.60, in my opinion. And then on the 4 hour, if we just go to lower time frames, yeah, I mean, it just confirms like we could come down a little bit here and hit that at 50, 70, maybe wick down to hit that daily EMA 100 at $50.09. So corrective short term. If it holds the levels, it looks actually not the worst. And breaking this 55.70 would be a welcoming sign, in my opinion. And I also like how that 5-day EMA 100 is perfectly right around it.
I was going to say, I love that structure. And if you look at it since September of 2023, it's been making higher highs and higher lows. So little by little, it's grinding up from that point.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, exactly. So it is trying to form some structure here. And yeah, I mean, it's not looking the worst. We just want it to hold these levels, and that's it. And I do think that it could definitely get a nice bounce, though, for sure, to that, $55.60, $55 area, if it can hold. I guess the bear hopium would be that this was the rally that should have broken out and it failed to, forming another lower high technically from here. And but to confirm that, right, we need a lower low. So then that would be a front run trade, because then we broke down, and then here the hopium would be that this is somewhere
that's
a lower high, but not confirmed unless we make the lower low. So, but for now, yeah, I do see the trends forming. Same with bulls, right? They just want to break this high. If they can break the high, it'll kind of confirm that this was the higher low for that 100%. Higher high. So yeah, not the worst chart, honestly. Bounce where it needed to, trying to form structure. Let's hold the EMA 9, especially on the daily. Right. And if not, then let's take our eyes to that EMA 100 on the daily. And if it loses that, then, it's not going to look good. And then it can play into the bear thesis.
Yep. Perfecto. All righty. Let's go. Thank you so much, sir.
Yes, sir.
Aquí tenemos Dominion Energy, damas y caballeros. Les voy a poner primero la gráfica semanal y lo voy a echar para atrás para que puedan ver qué es lo que ha estado pasando. Esta gráfica desde el principio de la pantalla a la izquierda empieza en abril del 2017. El precio está en este momento en $51.25, ¿ok? Hemos visto desde lo que estamos viendo acá en febrero 20 que llegó a estar en $91. Ahora estamos en 51.25, pero interesantemente nos vamos a una gráfica de 5 días. La de 5 días, pueden ver, cambié los colores, el EMA 9 es el que está ahorita en blanco y el EMA 100 lo tenemos en rojo. Entonces, podemos ver cómo en esta gráfica está recuperando el EMA 9 y está intentando rebotar hacia la alza y va a buscar treparse del 100, que está en los 54.97, donde hay también una buena confluencia de precio por ahí de los 55.58. Pero si ponemos más atención y nos acercamos a esto, el principio de octubre vimos cómo venimos a tomar liquidez a este punto de los 39.27, que fue donde hizo el bajo local. No sé si sea bajo histórico o no. No. Ok, el bajo local, lo que la gente llamaría tradicionalmente un fondo. Entonces, llegamos aquí a los 39.27, rebotamos y nos empezamos a ir para arriba. Este alto, y aquí es donde quiero que vean esto. Entonces, tienes este bajo, tienes un bajo más alto y acá tienes un bajo más alto. Tienes un alto y un alto más alto. Ahora, no has tenido un alto más alto que este, el de los 54.77. Y justamente el precio está flotando ahorita acá, donde está también pintando unas velas. Si te quieres adelantar a trade, parece que estás haciendo un alto más bajo acá. Pero no te lo ha confirmado absolutamente nadie ni para nada, ¿ok? Para que entendamos eso. Si lo ponemos en la diaria, puedes ver, ahora que salgan las líneas, cómo literalmente estamos rebotando, intentando apoyarnos en el EMA 9. Tal vez veas el precio irse a los $50, que es donde está el EMA 100. Si rompes el EMA 100, porque quiero que veas cómo esto simplemente hubiera entonces sido un fake out a la alza. Eso, cada que rompes el EMA 100, puedes ver la caída tan tremenda y potente que tienes. La vez que lo hizo fue aquí en septiembre del 2022 y el precio bajó al fondo 51%. Son movimientos significativos. Entonces, más bien Alex diría que veas a dónde va el precio, te aguantes para ver si puedes crear un alto más alto de los últimos en 54.17 y también pasar el de la izquierda en 54 y los objetivos que habíamos dicho y poder aguantar este bajo y no romperlo. ¿Ok? Esa es la idea. Y ese bajo está en lo que no quieres romper, en los 48.03. Pero también, ojo con los $50, porque es donde está el EMA 100. Si lo pierdes ahí, puede que las cosas no se vean tan brillantes, digamos. Vale, pues. All right. Shall we remind everyone about BitGet?
No, absolutely.
All right, I'll do it. Jefes, ya saben que si están buscando unos dineritos gratis en el cripto, les dejamos acá nuestro enlace de socios de BitGet. Simplemente si tradean ya criptos en futuros, en spot, donde quieran, pueden usarlo. Está aquí en la descripción del video en YouTube, también está en el chat. Espero que estén sacándolo en todos lados. Se registran, estos dones ganan comisiones y así podemos tenerlos todavía más por acá de agrapa. Y aparte, pues todo el mundo gana de esto. Vale, vamos para adelante. BitGet, les dejamos el enlace abajo y también en la descripción. Muchísimas gracias. Échale ojo a SentinelOne. Ok, SentinelOne.
Sounds familiar.
Wait, did I fuck this up? Yeah, of course. SentinelOne. Wait.
What's the ticker for that?
SentinelOne.
Maybe not.
It's S.
Ah. Oh, yeah, we did chart this. Okay. I see. Yeah, looking pretty strong, honestly. Fine, are you going to chart this? Or show it? Okay, perfect. Yeah, not looking the worst, I guess, on a daily.
All right, so we're going to start with the weekly. Right now on the weekly, we do have momentum pointed up with volatility supporting it. And we have a buy signal on the jewel over here. What we want to see is, and right now on the weekly, we're about to get a silver cross. As long as we keep closing above this 55 EMA, this green line right here, we're going to confirm the silver cross probably on the next weekly close. And once we have that, then very likely we've confirmed the uptrend on the weekly. Let's see the last time we've had a silver cross on the weekly and see what happens. We've actually never had a silver cross on this weekly in this asset's entire history.
Holy shit. And that's when the EMA 55
That's
and
21. The 21 crosses above the 55.
21 crosses.
Whenever the 21 crosses above the 55, it tells you on that time frame that you have an uptrend.
Got it. And then that's a silver cross. Perfect.
Especially because we're closing above this previous lower high. So as long as we close above that, we're going to confirm this silver cross. And then at the very least, I would target this previous high somewhere around $29.70 to maybe $30. Probably a little bit of a rejection there, and then we would end up seeing a move up from there. But let's see if I can get a target. Yeah, so our target, like if we were able to move up and close above this previous high right here at $29.70, I would target around $40 level, which is a pretty decent sized move up. That would be. That'd be like a 37% move up. How many 37% moves do you need to make a living? Probably one in a year.
Yeah.
Switch to the daily. Right now on the daily, we're getting the same sign as weekly, where momentum is pointed up, volatility is pointed up. Daily right now is switching into a fresh buy signal on the jewel, and we're seeing it right where we would expect to see it, right at the pink fast moving oscillator. If we continue to hold this pink fast-moving oscillator and we continue on this buy signal, right now we just have an introductory buy signal. We would need one more close to confirm this buy signal.
Okay.
If we confirm it, then we're very likely to break this previous high up here, and this is going to be our low, and then we're very likely not to retest this gap right here, and we're going to keep going higher until like the $26, $27 level, maybe make a lower high up, higher low up there, and then continue on to $30. If we do reject here, and then this momentum flips down, then we're most likely going to come back to around like $21, $22 to fill this gap. So far, every single time frame, even the 4 hour right now, momentum is pointed up, volatility is pointed up, and we have two closes on a buy signal on the 4 hour, and we're above the resistance right now, which is $24.42. So that tells us we're going to continue up towards that $27, $23, $30 target. But it's all going to depend on today's close, on the daily close today. If we do close above resistance today, then I would feel comfortable saying that we're going to go up toward $27.50, maybe make a higher low there, and then continue towards $30. But it's looking pretty strong right now.
Fucking sweet. Excellent. Thank you, sir. The fuck am I doing? I lost my mind already, guys. I almost like got rid of you, Farhan, here instead of adding to the screen, and then was gonna put my pictures. So, this is terrible. 1 second. Let me just drink some water. Vale, pues, tíos. Empecemos con SentinelOne. Rapidísimo. Básicamente, y esto es lo que estamos viendo en la gráfica, voy a hacerla un poco más accesible. Altos históricos están en 78.45. El día de hoy el precio está en los 24.40. ¿Ok? ¿Qué podemos notar instantáneamente cuando volteamos a ver el precio? Tienes una formación de fondo. Tienes un bajo más bajo, que es básicamente el doble tope, pero invertido, la W, para arriba. Luego tienes un golpe para arriba potente una vez que cruzas el EMA 9. De ahí lo pierdes tantito, pero ahora lo vuelves a retomar y ahora estás peleándote con el EMA 100. Ahora, no hemos visto nada, no hay tantos datos en esta gráfica, pero cuando estamos viendo la semanal, que es la gráfica que estamos viendo en este momento, el momentum va para arriba, la volatilidad va para arriba. Esto te da una señal de compra en el Joule, que también está a punto de dar un cruce plateado, un Silver Cross en la siguiente semana. ¿Qué es un Silver Cross? Para toda la gente que está preguntando, un cruce plateado es cuando el 21 EMA cruza encima del 55 EMA. ¿Ok? Y eso probablemente lleve, ¿cuándo lo va a hacer? Cuando cierre probablemente esta semana, y eso probablemente lleve el precio una vez más de donde está en los 24.41 a probablemente entre 29 y $31, que es básicamente el alto que habíamos visto antes para poder romperlo a la alza. Y de ahí nos podríamos ir a $40 si seguimos, si de verdad hacemos el Silver Cross y nos vamos para arriba. En el diario pueden ver esto, como el momentum también va para arriba, la volatilidad va para arriba, hay una señal de compra fresca en el Joule, pero queremos que tenga otro cierre el día de hoy también. Vean esto. Ahora, esta vela de tope, que es la de la izquierda que están viendo acá, pueden ver el delgadito cuerpo y las nalgotas grandes, pero hasta abajo. Esta vela de tope es cancelada una vez que tengas un cierre arriba de los 24.82. Y eso no me sorprendería porque está diciendo justamente Farn que muy probablemente de acá nos vayamos a los 26, $27. Tenemos un cierre ahí o dos diarios. Muy probablemente vayamos a visitar una vez más los altos históricos que están... el alto más alto acá local, que son los 30.70, y de ahí nos vamos a los $40. Nada mal. Nada mal. UPS. Ángel Telles. UPS. 1 second. Remove this. We all heard that, whoever did it, and I'm jealous.
I thought I was muted, my bad.
Yeah.
Oops.
UPS. Nah.
Anyway,
you gotta be a degenerate to be able to get this. Not a lot of people here understand the party rock.
It's part of the trading plan. What can I say?
Let's get to UPS.
It is indeed part of the trading plan.
It is indeed. It is part, and also God's plan. If I could remember Drake's song properly, I remember.
Oh yeah.
That this is part of God's plan. Holy shit.
Yeah. So let's start off with, let me go to the monthly here, because we've been watching UPS since right before their earnings, which I don't know when, or I think that was UPS at least.
Oh, it could
Unsure.
be FedEx.
Yeah, it was FedEx. We've been watching UPS
Yeah.
though for like 2.5 weeks now, and so we're getting that breakdown here. You can see the point, right? The more time support is hit, the weaker it gets, and we're getting that expansion down now. And if you look closely on the monthly, you can kind of see. So the EMA 9 on the monthly, I know you guys have been hearing about the EMA 9 a lot, but this is why I like using it, because it can just kind of be a nice metric to refer to on finding out just like either rejection zones or bounce zones, in my opinion. And then you add confluence with your own system with the charts. So right here we see that we haven't, nothing changed on the monthly. We just kept rejecting the EMA 9 constantly. I had put here that this would have been a nice level to break if price did catch a leg up, which it tried this month. It tried, but it quickly rejected and now is falling. It's breaking support, and we're seeing something like when we get these aggressive moves up, it leaves inefficiencies, it leaves gaps, and those like to get filled, like Farhan mentioned. So we're seeing that on the monthly. It's not looking quite good at all. Just looks like a deviation of what was support for a few months right here. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. It's like 10 months worth of support.
That's a whole fucking year.
Let me recount it. 1 2 3
Yeah.
4 5 6. Yeah, so it is crazy.
Almost.
So, and that's like the importance of like, this is a great example of like why when we break ranges like this, many people then try to ape in the longs here, and they just end up getting trapped. And you need to look at the bigger picture, like breaking a multi-month trend range to the downside. You're going to get a lot of volatility. Why? Because you're going to have a lot of people that have all their stops here and here. They're trying to catch that bottom, right, and see that go up. But then you see the algos kick off, and then that's why you get these huge dumps. And let's just measure this monthly candle from the high to the low for now. So yeah, I mean, 15%, especially for a company like UPS, is a lot. So in 1 month, that is a sizable move. Let's go to the weekly here. And yeah, the weekly, I mean, you can see here, it just has been doing what it's been doing all year, which it'll slightly get above the 9, and then it starts losing momentum once it gets above the 9, which is not something you want to, see. You kind of want it to base and then get that expansion up, but it just fizzles out. And so like here, the difference is like we got above the 9, we got this nice candle. It wasn't nice, meaning it was above the 9, but the formation of this candle it's not the prettiest in my opinion. Like you could argue this was, I think, an inverted hammerhead. I know Farn can correct me if I'm wrong on that, but I'm almost certain it was, which isn't the best. You can see right here, like these candle formations often do lead to big dumps. So here we have the follow through. Now, next step is I would be watching for potentially these highs here to maybe catch some support for a complacency bounce. Which is where price is at right now. So if we just draw like a little, just simple meme line there, maybe we get a little bounce from this zone, right? And the idea would be, if we go to the daily here, maybe it holds this zone and then we can push up and basically on the daily, what was once support, flip it into resistance, maybe something like this. We go up and then it rejects. And then the idea would be, that would be the bearish retest, and that would also confirm that now that is resistance. And you can see just visually, this was strong support for a long time. So it tried to back test it, couldn't hold it. Now it's losing it. It's not looking strong at all. And keep in mind, we only drew this one line just to kind of represent a bounce zone. The bounce zone could just be shallow though, leading to a bearish retest. Where like honestly, I'd be looking at the like $90 region in my opinion. Especially just the way the monthly looks. The monthly being under the 9 and also the EMA 100. And if we go and slap on, just because I'm curious, let's look at the daily SMA. Yeah, so like the SMA on the daily, and this is the SMA 200, right? So the EMA 100, and you could use the SMA 100. I like the EMA 100, but I know the daily SMA for higher time frames, like a monthly, a weekly, often are more accurate. So if we go and we look at the daily, not the daily, the monthly SMA 200, you know, there's not a lot of data to it, but you can see here that, yeah, it is coming right around that 109 region. So you could also slap that on your chart and observe that area, I guess. And, you know, that could be where either it bottoms, or if we start losing that on a monthly, then it could also confirm the bias that we do test this $90 area. So yeah, overall, not looking the best. It's a really big dump overall. You know, it's basically holding on to a lifeline now. And it is interesting to see a company like UPS look so bad. You know, we're seeing a lot of major, like, it reminds me of like Nike too. Like, we're just seeing certain charts where they're just breaking structure to the point where, you know, like certain things like hasn't happened on this chart before, like being below the EMA 100 for this long.
I was going to tell you that if you look at it the last time, if you're looking at it at the monthly, when it went underneath it was in 2008. And then it kind of did a little bit in 2011, but like nothing. Then again in 2020. So right now what you're seeing is really bad. And specifically when you talk about something like UPS, and the reason why is that means that less people are shipping shit, which means people have less money. This is a big real economy indicator in my view.
Yeah, that's actually very interesting to me. Yeah, so great point. Yeah, and so the chart's telling us a story here, and it's just not looking strong. So, I mean, very interesting to me. Interesting chart overall. Definitely could get a complacency bounce around here for sure. But, you know, we have to respect the trend, which is down. So then you just be on lower high watch, which potentially could come in right around that like 135, 136 region.
All righty. Thank you so much, sir. Vale, pues, aquí estamos. Oh, look at this. If you put a mean, an actual line that goes from here. So it can't be that far at like 120. I like these because normally they're rare. This is the bottom of 2009, 2008. This is COVID, right? And then this is us right now. So you might have a little bit more downside, but that's like probably to the 116. But I think you're already like, this is already telling you that it's fucked. Like it's already gotten fucked, right?
Right.
And like
no, exactly. Like the zone I mentioned for a bounce, more like complacency bounce, because things can't just go down only. So
exactly. So this was a 41% down from that point. Let's see. What about in COVID? So you break it and it go. Thank you. Thank you for disconnecting. Thank you. No, I appreciate it. Thank you. Let's see. In COVID, it was a 20%, 18%. And now we are at, so the average would be 30%, I'd say, right?
Yeah.
So you're at 14%. So if we average it down to 30%, it would put us right here at $99, which seems like there's a lot of confluence in price right there.
Yeah, exactly.
And if you want to go 40%, then it takes you down basically to this level, to exactly this level right here. Okay. Sorry. Either way. Vale, pues, estamos viendo en este momento UPS. ¡Qué gran caída de UPS! Esta es una tabla mensual, ¿ok? Y lo que nos dice Alex es muy interesante, cómo simplemente hemos visto cómo el EMA 100 lo ha perdido muy poco. Lo ha perdido justamente en esta zona, donde tuvo una caída de 40%. Lo ha perdido en esta zona. Esta zona, para que sepan, la primera es la caída del 2008, ¿ok? Ese fue el fondo del mercado en febrero del 2009. En abril del 2009, ese fue el fondo del mercado de la gran recesión. Después, esta segunda ola que están viendo acá, esta segunda bola que están viendo acá, fue una caída de 20%. Y esta caída fue en el 2020 en el cobicho. Y ahora tenemos otra caída que ya es de 10%, justamente acá. Por lo que UPS nos está diciendo, carnal, Se viene algo potente a la economía. A mí me gusta mucho tomar este tipo de indicadores como para medir la economía real, que es lo que estamos viendo, cómo está sufriendo cada vez más y hay menos gente con dinero, por lo que hay menos paquetes mandados, menos gente comprando, etcétera. Y es eso lo que estamos viendo en este momento. Dice Alex, si volteas a ver esto, muy probablemente estés en una zona donde puedas tener un rebote simplemente por el tamaño de caída y el soporte que tiene aquí abajo. Hay buen chance que tengas un rebote, sobre todo cuando lo volteas a ver en la de harina, que es la diaria. Puedes ver literalmente eso. Justamente, como dijo Alex, está tomando un rebote. Deme un segundo. Hago esto para acá. Está justamente rebotando el precio. El precio está en este momento en 125,54. El alto más alto de este gráfico está en los 233. Eso quiere decir que ha bajado bastante. Y tenemos un objetivo al máximo del mínimo por los casi $90 en los 89.11. Tenemos que ver cómo actúa en esta zona. Si va a poder aguantar los 124.90, va a tener ese rebote y te va a empezar a ranguear entre los 124 o los 133, o si va a buscar el siguiente objetivo que serían los 120, casi 119. Esto es bajista. Yo personalmente no le veo tantas ganas de calentura a esto. Tendría cuidado porque, pues sí, está en una muy mala temporada UPS, pero no puede estar muy lejos del fondo. También no es como que el mundo se va a acabar, ¿no? Simplemente estamos entrando en una recesión larga y es lo que demuestra esto, porque el COVID simplemente fue la mitad que la caída de lo que fue en el 2008, pero el 2008 fue más parecido a lo que está pasando hoy que lo que pasó en COVID. Así que atentos y pendientes. Vale, pues. Ya hicimos Lucid. Epa, tíos, ¿a qué hora inicia esto? Not a chart, but tell you guys which EMA and SMA indicator can we use on TradingView, or can you create one? That would be awesome. This is a question we get from a lot of people. Let me just remove this. Do you guys mind showing people how to get an EMA and SMA indicator so that they can use on TradingView?
So the best one, in my opinion, instead of using typing in searching each individual moving average you want, the best one, in my opinion, is one called Caretaker's Moving Average Crossover. And that one you can use one indicator for like several, like basically whichever moving average you want. Mm-hmm. And then it'll also tell you whatever price you would need for the moving averages to cross each other. That one is by far my favorite one.
So hang on, let me show it to people. Share screen, 1 second. Ok, Farhan les recomienda esto, que es el que estoy usando. Perdón, esto no es esto. Recuerden que si quieren agregar indicadores como los EMAs, SMAs, tienen que venirse aquí arriba donde dice indicadores, le pican y ponen, básicamente copien esto. El creador es The Caretaker, ¿ok? Lo pueden ver ahí, The Caretaker. Y este es el nombre de el indicador que él les está dando, el CT Moving Average Crossover Indicator. Eso es lo que le quieren picar. Una vez que le pican, les va a dar esto, básicamente. ¿Cómo pueden editar este indicador? Lo puedo tapar para que no lo vean, lo puedo poner aquí para que lo vean, pero yo he modificado este indicador para mis propias necesidades, ¿no? Espera, déjame, hago esto más chico. Ahí está. Yo he modificado esto para mis propias necesidades. Me meto aquí, le doy en Settings, y aquí abajo te puede poner qué es lo que estás buscando. ¿Cuánto tiempo? ¿Cuál es la temporalidad? Si estás buscando un SMA y puedes poner esto y ponte tú el 100, que lo ponga en morado, que me lo dé aquí y agregarlo y le pones OK y ¡pum! Ahí tienes otro gran indicador y te pone los colores de lo que elegiste aquí. Entonces ahí tengo mi SMA 100, mi EMA 100 y en blanco tengo el EMA 9 para que lo puedan ver bien. Ahí está, así de facilito, perros. All right, that was easy. We already checked Solana. Have we checked AMD? No, right?
No, we haven't.
Let's do AMD.
AMD, Advanced Micro Devices.
This is Nancy Pelosi's favorite.
Oh yeah, I've heard. Back in the day when I first got into computers, AMD used to be the poor man's chip.
That it was the affordable Nvidia chip.
Yeah, back then, for processors, Intel was the one you wanted to get, and AMD. Right now, Intel is shit.
Oh, dude, Intel went to fucking garbage. I don't understand why, but it's true.
I haven't upgraded my computer since 2015. Back then, Intel was the best you could get.
And that's what you have right now.
Yeah, I
We're
haven't-
trusting a man that's running an Intel
Right.
computer.
right. It's an i7 5960X.
Holy shit! I don't even know what that is.
Me either.
Yeah, you have to be a computer nerd to know. What that is.
Nerds. Oh
But
wow!
It's such a pain in
Nancy
the ass.
must have sold recently.
Yeah. It's such a pain in the ass to upgrade this computer because it's all custom water cooled, so I have to drain all of the water out.
Oh, that
Wow.
sounds like my worst nightmare. But hey, if it works for you, it works for you, my friend.
But it's
I'm
like
not here
dead
to tell you how to
silent,
run
though.
your life.
It's
Yeah.
dead silent. Like when it's cooling, you can't. If you put your ear next to the computer, you can't hear it.
Oh, that's pretty dope.
But
I got my little
Yeah.
MacBook. Not the MacBook, the iMac, the little square. That doesn't make any noise, and it's pretty good. Because I used to have a big computer, and it just like with the water and all that shit, and it was crazy. These are insane. Bought it for like
Yeah, I
$2,000.
love the Macs.
Yeah, they're amazing.
I had
Hit
a
us. Yeah.
2021 MacBook Pro. I just sold it recently. I'm about to get the M4 when it comes out. But
You're
they're
gonna get the
very-
new ones with a big chip.
Yeah,
I know
those are
Alex
very
is gonna be
nice.
jealous.
I might go with him.
I was telling him
That's
to
right.
wait, but he needed a computer.
Yeah. I mean, when you need the computer, you can't give yourself the luxury of waiting. Or if you're a moron like me, just buy it a day before the new one comes out. And then at Apple, they tell you that, no, you cannot return it, sir.
All right, so on the weekly on AMD, we had this range before. We kind of deviated above it, so then we went to the bottom of the range, and now we're below it currently. What we'd want to do is before the end of this week, we want to reclaim this yellow line, so then we can target the top of the range, and after that, we probably would break above to the 786 level, which is around 225. If we reject this level though at the yellow line, which is 158.37. We're very likely not going to hold this 55 EMA. We're going to come back down towards this 200, which is over here around $108. That'd be a pretty significant drop. And what's supporting this right now is on the jewel, we're losing the buy signal and we're flipping to neutral. And we're getting a downwards curvature. So if we get this to flip to a sell signal like here, like this on the weekly, we would get a very significant drop. Like when you got the sell signal right here on the weekly, we ended up dropping 30, almost 31%. So if we were to drop 30% from here, what would that give us?
At a 155?
Yeah, it would be right around that 200 SMA, right around 108 to 105.
Okay.
So whenever we get things that line up like that, it gives you more confidence in that idea. Where like it lines up right up with this 200
Yeah.
SMA for that previous move. It gives you more confidence for that. Check the daily. Daily right now, we're still getting momentum pointed down with volatility pointed up. And we're getting a sell signal right on the jewel, which points towards an impulsive move down. Right now, we're getting a little bit of support at this 200 SMA. We're bouncing off of it. What I would expect if it's bearish is that we would continue upwards towards this 5 EMA and this yellow line right here.
Mm-hmm.
Especially because they're lining up exactly that this is a very significant level. If
The
it's bearish,
162?
yeah, it's at 156 and 158.
Oh, got it.
So if it rejects this level right here, we're very likely going to come back down, break this 200 SMA, and probably go straight down to like, what's this previous low here? Probably bounce right here at like 140, maybe go back up to retest 145, 146, and eventually I would look for it to come down to 130s. And which is the daily jewel is giving us that sell signal. On the 4 hour, we're getting a little bit of a bounce because we came down to this previous low right here. We're getting upwards momentum on the jewel, and we're getting like a neutral sell signal. I mean, upwards momentum and a neutral sell signal on the jewel. We're getting a volatility pointed down though, so that's telling us this is not an impulsive move up, but a corrective move up. Unless we close above this median zone right here, which is 159.96, so $160. If we do close above $160, instead of being a corrective move, this is going to start to flip back up, and it's going to be a impulsive move to the upside, and this is going to mark as a low. If it does reject right here and this volatility stays going down, then we're very likely going to come back down towards this 130s level. And then this is going to flip back into a sell signal, and we're going to go deep into this bearish control zone. Right now,
into the 1.8.
Yeah. Right now, I'm leaning towards bearish side, like 70-30.
Okay, 70-30 bearish. Thank you, sir. All right, ahí les va. Básicamente en la semanal, ¿qué estamos viendo aquí en AMD, otra empresa de chipsets? AMD, el precio en este momento de AMD son 154.94. Lo tengo en la semanal, pero déjenme lo pongo en la mensual. No, ese es el techo. El alto más alto que ha hecho son los 227. De nuevo, estamos en 154. Eso es una caída aproximada de 32%. Ok, es lo que estamos viendo en la semanal. En la semanal vemos que el Joule acaba de perder su señal de compra y se está volviendo neutral. La última vez que pasó eso, hubo una caída de 31%, que fue literalmente del pico a lo que mencionamos ahorita. Si tenemos esa caída de 31%, nos llevaría a la zona de los 108, entre 105 y 108 dólares. En la diaria tenemos otra historia, porque pueden ver en la semanal, estás intentando retomar o ir a buscar el EMA 5, pero abajo tienes el EMA 100 y el SMA 100 también, pero en la diaria se cambian los papeles, estás literalmente abajo de todo, tienes confluencia en los dos, el EMA 9 y también el EMA 100, justamente en los 162, por lo que probablemente va a ir a intentar a retestear eso, pero estamos en la busca de bajos más bajos en este momento, simplemente por lo que estamos viendo de acá. Acá probablemente sea una continuación un poco de lo que vimos con Nvidia, es lo que estaríamos esperando por acá, mínimo un retesteo de esto. En la diaria tenemos el momentum para abajo, la volatilidad para arriba y aparte tenemos una señal de venta en el Joule, pero eso quiere decir cuando tienes el momentum para abajo y la volatilidad para arriba, que te va a dar un movimiento de impulso y eso te puede llevar por ahí de los 156 a 158 dólares, que es lo que estamos justamente hablando, de que se va a ir a buscar estas dos líneas, la blanca y la roja. Quieres cerrar arriba de los 160. Si no cierras arriba de los 160, probablemente te vayas a los 130. De los 130, hay una muy buena probabilidad que te vayas a los 108, 105. Y ahí, damas y caballeros, es donde probablemente vemos el precio con más razón llegando. Farhan le da un 70-30 a que 70% de probabilidades de que vayamos a los 108, 105 y 30% de que no y que cambiemos la tendencia. Así que ahí lo tienen, AMD. ¿Cómo de que no? Tesla.
Cool. Yeah, that's a fun one. Let me get this up.
There's only 4,000 people watching.
Only 4,000.
We'll get these numbers up. These are rookie numbers. Wait, my chart's still.
There we go. You guys see it?
How many people used to watch when you used to do that Let's Talk About Cars live?
What the fuck?
You got kicked out of your own stream.
Stream. It's excellent. What were you saying about the Let's Talk About Cars, yo?
I said, how many people used to watch when you used to do that live, the podcast?
I can't remember, but it was not like this. The one that's crazy is the one in Spanish. When the pandemic, I used to get 25,000 viewers.
Jeez.
Yeah, that was nuts. Add to the experience. Here you go. And we were talking about Tesla. That's what we're looking at. Okay.
Yeah, so
go ahead.
So Tesla's looking interesting to me. Let me go to the let's go to the weekly. Let's focus just here. So yeah, Tesla's looking very interesting to me. It is basically trying to hold its weekly SMA 200, as you can see, which is bullish. It's a bullish sign. That is the level you'd want to hold if you want more upside. And it is above the 9 and the EMA 100 here. So it is at a key spot, though. right at $232.80. Ideally, we'd want this to hold. If we go here, and let's just focus on this daily SMA 200 for now. You can kind of see the reactions of losing it. It will lead to big moves down. So ideally, it's a good sign that it is holding, because what we don't want to just see, and also it is consolidating too still. And this is a weekly, so the candles, are just more long term. But I feel like they're more accurate, especially when we see that it is holding its daily SMA its weekly SMA 200. So ideally, what we want now is it to hold it, base, consolidate, and then get that next move up. I do think if it can break $262.60, or we'll call it 263, then yeah, I think Tesla will have a nice move up, probably to $297 to $300. Let me go and see the 5-day. So yeah, I mean, the 5-day just looks like the weekly. It's just basing now, and you see the reaction every time it's hit this 5-day SMA 200. It gets bought up. So this is a very key spot for Tesla. We don't want it to deviate and lose it, because then it would be something like this, where it was holding above, we got a nice move up, and then it came down, and it couldn't hold the back test here, and it fell below. So us seeing this hold is a good sign. Let's see the daily, and then let's throw back on the 9 here. So yeah, the daily is looking good. We can see here that it lost the 9 for a moment, quickly got bought up, and now we're just kind of, and there's still 2 hours and 36 minutes for the day, but we're kind of holding the EMA 9, which is a good sign in my opinion. So I'll be watching that today to see if this holds. If we can keep holding the EMA 9, I don't see why we wouldn't break this high here at what was it? It was the high at $271 actually. So if we can break that, I think we'll have fuel to press up to 298. But right, there is earnings today, so that is something to take into an account. So even though the chart does look really good and it is holding, a key level, my brain goes to, okay, well, we're just at a very key spot here for Tesla. This is where big moves can happen, up and down. And the fact that it is basically, in my opinion, we have earnings, which is going to decide a lot today. It's funny that it's just kind of consolidating at a really key spot with earnings coming today. So that's something I'm going to be watching. I personally don't recommend people, trading off earnings or front earning it, just because it's more of a gamble. Especially with what you were mentioning, Alejandro, with Tesla's what was it, the inventory,
their margins,
right. So that could be something. If earnings don't perform well, then the chart will have a nice move down. Like we know how earnings always go. It's kind of a coin toss, honestly. But for what it's worth, it's looking quite good. It's holding where it needs to hold. I just think if we can just hold and base on the daily, where was it? It was at $246.74. I think we'll have a good chance of breaking the July 11th high, which will give us fuel to go up to that 298, which is a big level for Tesla.
Indeed. Okay, perfecto. I'm gonna share my screen. Wait, everything's fucked now. Not everything, just the United States of America. No. Not really, just Joe Biden. Okay, here we go. Thank you, boys. Thank you, Alex. Tesla. Estamos viendo Tesla. Básicamente en la semanal, ¿qué podemos ver? Tiene bastante fuerza el movimiento. De nuevo, estamos viendo movimiento de consolidación. ¿Qué es esto? Un elegante, ¿qué? Cup and handle miniatura, ¿no? Pero estas son velas semanales, así que todas son muy importantes. Una cosa que estamos viendo acá es la conciliación de precio, pero tienes justamente esta resistencia encima en los 261, donde no podemos tener todavía un cierre arriba de ello. Tu alto más alto local son 270. Queremos romper los 279 y después queremos romper los 299 para poder pensar en los $300. Ahora, ha respetado muy bien el SMA 100, que es este que estás viendo por acá. el morado. El precio de Tesla está en los 247, altos históricos están por ahí de los 420, nice. Y ahorita vamos a tener reporte de ingresos. Reporte de ingresos es una de las cosas más peligrosas que puedas hacer, holdear en este momento, porque es una apuesta. Te puede ir muy bien o te puede ir muy mal, ¿no? Todo es una apuesta, pero esto es una apuesta más grande donde no tienes información todavía. Personalmente, yo quiero ver cómo reacciona Tesla a los márgenes que han cortado. Quiero ver cómo la gente reacciona a eso y cómo dan la noticia para ver cómo van a todos los demás darla para adelante. Entonces, ojo ahí, pongan atención, lo va a hacer al cierre de mercado. Volteando a ver la diaria básicamente estamos muy contentos de que le guste holdear el EMA 9, que es lo que están viendo aquí arriba, es esta. Simplemente con poder cerrar esta semana arriba de los 248, arriba del EMA 9, podemos estar un poco seguros o algo seguros de que va a haber continuación del movimiento a la alza. Y una vez más, aquí pueden ver la copa y la consolidación de precio. Pero de nuevo, precaución con resultados y tenemos que asegurarnos que el EMA 9 aguante. Si no aguanta el EMA 9 en la diaria, prepárense para ver caída y probablemente se vaya a buscar aquí abajo los siguientes. Primera zona de soporte, 217. Vale, pues. All right. What's next? Hang on, because I lost everything. Like I said, this is fucking fun. Oh, no. I lost all the previous questions. Whatever. I'm sorry, everyone.
The show
This
goes
is not
on.
my fault. The show goes on. All right. Veamos. What about Walmex?
Walmex.
Whoa.
Interesting.
It must be Walmart Mexico, I think.
Yeah, it is.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know the people that own that.
Walmex.
Oh, sorry, Farn. I don't know why. I'm getting my chart ready like it fucking matters. All right, one second. Okay, Walmex. Ready.
Good. All right. So right now we're on the weekly. We're getting volatility. I mean, momentum kind of sideways. We're getting volatility pointed down. We are losing the median though on the weekly. So if we do close below this, very likely this momentum is going to flip down from this middle zone, and we're going to go down with the volatility starting to flip back up. Right now,
What's the median? The blue area. But what's the price?
The price
that
is
we don't want to lose.
$63.28.
Okay.
Right around here. You don't want to lose this area. If we lose this area, we'll go out price so we can see it easier. Right here.
Got it.
63.28. We don't want to close below that. If we do close below that, then this is going to flip down. This is going to flip up. Then we're very likely at the minimum going to go down to 61.40. Very likely not going to stop there. We're going to probably go down to break these lows at $59. Probably come down to somewhere around $58.30. Maybe even down to $56. But that's depending on how this weekly closes. If we do close below 63.28 or not. On the daily right now, we're headed down on momentum. We're hitting extreme levels with this yellow background right here. Like as you see right here, this yellow background marked low before we went sideways. So we're getting the same yellow background as we got there. We're getting momentum moving back up at extremes, and we're getting a sell signal on the jewel. The only difference though is that right here when we made this low is that the jewel was kind of bottoming out. It was losing its curvature and starting to flip back up towards a neutral and buy signal. Right here, we're still heavily pointing towards the downside. So this gives us more of a bias that we're probably going to go down towards the $60 area. Maybe get a little bit of bounce here, go back up towards maybe 61, and then very likely lose this low here at 59. Then end up going down towards somewhere around 51, 52, maybe $50 flat. On the 4 hour, we're getting the same thing. We're getting volatility, momentum freshly turned down to the downside, volatility freshly turned back up, and we're losing every single major moving average right here. we're holding the support at 62.80 right now. But if we do lose that, then we're probably going to go, almost certainly going to go down towards the lows at 59, get that little bounce towards 61, and then go down towards $50. Right now, it's looking bearish to me on almost every single time frame. On the high time frames, the medium time frames, even the low time frames, I'm just seeing like bearish retest as a possibility.
Well, you're just losing every single important level, EMA, SMA, like you just said, in every single one of these time frames. So it does make sense. Thank you, sir. Ok, ahí les va. Estamos en la semanal. Vamos a empezar por acá rápidamente para ustedes. Estamos viendo Walmart México. Walmart México, el precio más alto que ha tenido son 82.88. En este momento estamos tradeando en 62.86. Esto es una acción para la gente que no le gusta la acción y muy poca volatilidad. ¿Qué vemos en la semanal? Que es justamente el gráfico que tenemos. Podemos ver que la volatilidad va para abajo, el momentum se está yendo de lado y estamos a punto de perder la media del indicador que tiene, bueno, del rango que tiene Farhan, que está por ahí de los $63.28. Si perdemos los $63.28, que es literalmente esto, básicamente, si perdemos este nivel, déjenme lo pongo para que lo puedan ver en moradillo. Si perdemos este nivel, lo voy a subir más para que sean los 28 exactos. Ahí está. Si perdemos este nivel con un cierre semanal bajo esto, muy probablemente empecemos a ir a cazar objetivos por ahí del 61.40, los 59, los 58 y de ahí al 56. Pero también es importante voltear a ver todos los SMAs, EMAs, cómo los está perdiendo. Tienes el EMA 9 perdido. Tienes el EMA 100 perdido. Tienes el SMA 200 perdido. Y esto es en la semanal. En la diaria, malas noticias también. Tienes todo perdido y se ve bastante bajista. Habías tenido una escapada falsa, que también fue un alto más bajo que el pasado, de acá que hubo en mayo, y ahora estás bajo la línea de los 63.28. Si tienes este cierre de nuevo bajo esa línea morada de los 63.28, muy probablemente porque tienes una señal de venta en el Joule, vas a tener un rebote por ahí de los 60, pero después va a continuar el movimiento. ¿Por qué? Porque el momentum va para abajo y la volatilidad para arriba. Eso quiere decir que simplemente nos va a hacer un movimientillo por ahí, un buen bounce, y de ahí se va a ir probablemente a buscar los $50. 51 a $50, y eso está, déjenme se los pinto bonito. A ver, a mover la cubeta. Un segundito. Eso está por acá, básicamente, en estos niveles. Acá, para que lo puedan ver. Listo. Ahí está. Y eso sería una caída aproximada de casi 20% en una acción que casi no se mueve. Así que, ¡ojo! ¡Ojo! Sí les compartí esto. Ay, gracias a Dios. Gracias a Dios. What's next? I think I skipped something. Hang on. Oh, can we look at gold?
Yeah, for sure. I was just
This person was this woman was doing a purchase in 5 minutes. Hang on, that's gone out of the. I'm sorry. Let's not do gold real quick. Let's do this one, Grifols, if that's a real thing.
Grifols.
I've never heard of that.
It's a real thing.
Yeah, it is. Bitcoin is approaching the daily EMA 100, the daily EMA 9 right now.
Let's go check it out, and let me get my computer in case I need to buy some Bitcoin. 1 second. Oh, it's right here.
Let's take a look
here. Take me to the promised land, Alex.
Right. Perfect.
Vamos a ver Bitcoin rápido.
So right now you're seeing a lot of people like freak out. I'm seeing that on Twitter and stuff. And, you know, the daily hasn't closed yet, and there's still 6 hours. So kind of like what me and Farn were talking about today, like we are approaching that key level right at 65,400 to like 64,700. Ideally, what you'd want to see today, it's real simple. Just watch the daily EMA 9 because you can see from the breakout, right, it's been a nice bounce zone. This was a nice bounce from it. And then here we come again. And the nice part about this, the EMAs and the SMAs, is they just move with price. So now, what was once a bounce on at 63,000 is now on around 65,300. So that's a level I'm watching for today on Bitcoin. I think it's going to be interesting to see if it holds, right? It also acts as resistance. So when we flip it, it should act as support, ideally. Now, if we lose it, it's not a death sentence, but that just to me signals that there's some weakness, right? Especially on the daily, because this should hold. So it's going to be interesting to see how today plays out, essentially. Let me get.
What about you, Farhan?
Yeah, I'm seeing the same thing as him, basically. I'm looking at the. Let me show you my chart. All right. So I'm seeing it approach the on the 6 hour, the 78.6% level. 6 hours about to close in about 22 minutes. If we do close below this 21, I could see it coming down towards this 78.6, which is 65,300. That's what I'm seeing in multiple time frames as a very potential low, because it lines up here with this previous zone of consolidation. Right now we're getting the momentum pointed down and volatility pointed up, but we are getting momentum at significantly lower levels than it was over here, but price is at a higher low. So it's momentum is forming a hidden bullish divergence right here. That's when price makes a higher low, but the oscillator makes a lower low. So the sellers had to put in more work, and they were not able to push the price action lower than they did back here. So then price action would have a natural magnet higher, because sellers are out of momentum and buyers would take back in control. So if that happens, we do make manage to touch this area and we close back above here. We would make a local low here, and then we would target this zone at the minimum, which is 69,300. But more likely, we would continue from there and go all the way up to 71,500. But right now, we're continuing to see this jewel flip down. We want to see it continue not a breakdown, but this continue down and then start to flip back up to an upwards posture somewhere around the 50% zone. Right now, we're at the 56. So on the next one or two closes, we would want to see it flip back up. And on the daily, it's giving the same thing. We're approaching that 9 EMA. And what I really like, 9 EMA is the same price that we saw before, the 78.6, which is 65,300. And what I like to see is that the 9 EMA is lined up exactly with my median on the HPTR, which is also 65,300. So whenever you see a lineup like that, it gives you great influence. And now because we have a silver cross on the daily, whenever you have a silver cross, the 9 EMA is used for entries. And that 9 EMA lines up right there with the median at 65,300. So multiple different setups are lining up towards that 65,300 number. So you have more of a probability than not to get a high probability entry at this 9 EMA. And then your simple invalidation would be a close below the 9 EMA on a 6 hour at the lowest level. 6 hour close below the 9 EMA at 65.3, and you can just cut that trade.
Yeah, fucking perfection.
Clean as hell.
All right, that was Bitcoin. Eso fue Bitcoin para todos. Para que sepan, simplemente si llegas a los 65,300, buena oportunidad y buena zona para comprar. Y pon una invalidación abajo cortita para que por cualquier cosa que se siga el precio para abajo, te salgas para abrir un long, para que entendamos esto, con un target a los 69,000, 71,000 dólares. Ok, Grifols.
Cool. Let me pull that up. Yeah, I have no idea what this company is. GRFS.
I'm pretty sure they don't even know themselves.
So, I mean, the weekly, it's not looking the best. We're starting at the weekly. This purple line is the weekly EMA 100. You can see this is a key area that I'd be watching on this chart, because you can see that it's just been steady resistance the entire time. And it breaking above and then deviating down isn't a good sign, in my opinion. So this chart's really weak to me. And you can see that just off the rejection here. And now we are approaching the weekly EMA 9. I guess that's the hopium, is that holds along with meme support right around $7.46. So ideally, you'd come down, you'd back test this, it holds, and then you can shoot back up. And you would just be watching that weekly EMA 100 on this chart. If we go now to, let's say, the 2-day, let's see. So yeah, the 2-day, it kind of confirms like we are at a support area right around this point. What you'd really want to see is just this hold. Ideally, the $7.40 to $7.80 region. But yeah, if it can't hold that, this will just look like a rejection, another rejection, and then we'd probably make another lower low, and I'd probably come at $4.20 area. I'm just breaking these lows here. If we go and look, maybe let's go to the 6 hour. So yeah, we see after that rejection, we lost the EMA 9, which is, we were kind of riding that up. And now we're just grinding, under it, rejecting it. Again, more confluence to the point that this area is pretty big. We're getting a lot of bounce zones just off the way the EMAs look at like $7.40. So we'd really want to see that hold. That's kind of the hopium, which lines up with the weekly hopium right here. So we bounce off the weekly EMA 9 and meme support. And then if we do get a nice sizable bounce, my first, I guess, eyes would be drawn to this EMA 100 on the weekly. Reclaiming that would be, in my opinion, reclaiming it and holding it would be really key to me. So you can see here, it reclaimed it 1, 2, 3, 4. So it was above it for 4 weeks. So ideally, if we can change that, if it can hold it and not break down, that would be a good sign to me that things are shifting on this chart, because you can just see how this has been resistance the whole way down.
Since February of 2020.
Yeah, exactly. So, interesting chart, very weak. We have to respect the trend. So in that case, we just assume that this isn't going to hold. But, assuming and front running, I don't do. But we just have to respect the trend. And I wouldn't put all my eggs in one basket, assuming that this area will hold, because, the trend's been telling you it's aggressively down. So will be interesting to see if we do get a bounce at the weekly EMA 9, which lines up with a lot of areas right around $7.40.
Very, very nice, if I may say so myself, sir. Very nice. Thank you. All right, ahí les va. Básicamente en la semanal estamos viendo esta empresa que no tenemos, Grifols, no tenemos ni idea de lo que sea, pero aquí estamos, como de que no, carajo. Hemos visto altos históricos, están en $25.74. El precio el día de hoy está en 7.80 y como ustedes pueden ver, está abajo del EMA 100 y aparte lo intentó retomar acá en la semana del 8 de julio y falló y siguió yendo para abajo. Y aquí abajo tienes algo muy importante que es el EMA 9. ¿Ok? Este está esperando a ver si rebotas. ¿Qué es la cosa que estamos viendo? Desde el 2020, básicamente, en marzo del 2020, perdiste... el EMA 100 se convirtió en resistencia, ¿no? Eso quiere decir que está arriba del precio y cada que el precio lo toca va para abajo. Sigues en esa tendencia bajista hasta que lo puedas retomar. Ahorita lo está intentando. Ya te hizo un fake out acá en los 12.21. Entonces, ¿qué es lo primero que tienes que aguantar? Básicamente el área de los 7.46 a 7.80 y tener un cierre semanal ahí. Y también estar arriba del EMA 9, que en este momento está en los 7.46, pero de nuevo, no te quieres pelear con la tendencia, va a ser una tendencia bajista, acabas de hacer un bajo más bajo, este es un bajo más alto, pero este puede ser un alto más bajo que el pasado. Así que todavía este gráfico no te ha dicho nada. Poner atención por acá y asegurarte de no perder estos niveles es demasiado importante, es lo que diría. Give me 1 second. Oh, salamis, I'm sorry. Give me 1 second. I feel like I should buy and long some salamis, which I think I'm going to do.
Let's see how it looks. Yeah, we are at a pretty nice level on the daily. 5 EMA.
I feel like I should.
We could go a little bit lower to the 9 EMA, which is at 168, but that's not that much lower.
I saw, yeah. That'd be my stop. Probably 167. You know what? I'm gonna see if it can fucking retrace back to 171. Why not, right? 171. How much am I putting? Everything? Not
Full portfolio.
full portfolio. Extreme leverage. Let's go.
Right now on the weekly, it is looking like a primed entry right here because we're at the median on the weekly at 173. So this is the zone that you would ideally see to hold if it is bullish. And if it holds this 173, then it's very likely to go up to 240 by the end of August, I'm thinking.
Hang on, why am I opening so little? There it is.
My stop loss would probably be at like 162.
All right, I'm going to put it. Thank you, sir. Stop loss. 162, son. And I would just lose everything. Nah.
And it's gone.
Oh, I was muted this whole time. I've been talking to myself.
No way. No way. I'm sorry. I'm not
Good.
looking at the computer.
Me and Farhan, oh my dogs. Yeah, me and Farhan said EMA 9 at the same time.
Oh, of course.
God,
You guys
I
love
South
EMA
Park.
9. If you guys could get married to anything, it would be
EMA 9.
EMA 9. I know it because now I'm obsessed with it. I'm like, where's this motherfucker in every single chart?
If you know, you know.
All right, we're covered. Let's see how that goes.
Anybody else dying to see South Park's coverage of this whole Biden dropping out situation?
It's going to be insane. It's going to be insane. It's going to be amazing. I'm really looking forward
It's
to
gonna
it.
be so funny.
Dude, those guys are so smart. They're like legit economists, but like other level. I don't understand how they know
They
what
predicted so many things.
they know. Yeah. Everything. And they do it not like The Simpsons where it's a coincidence, like where they're like, this is what's going on. And you're like, nah. 10 years go by, you watch the episode, and you're like, holy fuck, that was going on.
And then they roast both sides too. They don't have any political like bias.
Alliance. Yeah. I love it. I they're my favorite creators on earth. They are.
You remember the strong woman?
Oh, dude, come on, please. Of course, I'm a strong woman. I cannot have relationships with you. They're gonna think I'm weak. It's like so ridiculous. And PC Principal,
Oh, yeah.
Man, I love it.
Oh, yeah.
fucking phenomenal. Let's do one more and let's go because it's been 4 hours, boys. Let's do
sounds
dicks because why not finish the day with dicks?
Yeah, why not?
Is that me or you, Farhan?
I'm not sure.
Let me just tell everyone one more
I think it's
time
you.
about BitGet. Recuerden también, por favor, si quieren tradear con nosotros, acaban de ver cómo compramos en simples consejillos por acá unos solamis, como de que no, y también pues un poco de Bitcoin también. Todo eso lo pueden comprar en BitGet. Y si quieren tradear y que les regalen tantito dinero, cuando pongan su dinero por ahí, les dejamos el enlace aquí abajo para todos y está en la descripción del video de YouTube también. Nos harían el paro también porque nos dan un porcentaje de sus trading fees. No es cuando pierdan, es solamente un porcentaje de lo que el exchange ya se lleva, así que no se preocupen, no es un extra para ustedes, les cuesta menos. Y además tienen regalitos deliciosos. Regístrate en BitGet para ganar hasta $1,000 en USDT. Es lo que dice ahora mismo. Así que váyanse, dense una vuelta, regístrense, hagan sus trades, sigan esto porque vamos a seguir dándoles de todo y a darle para adelante, señores. ¿Cómo de que no? Voy a agregar la pantalla de Farhan y vamos a ver Dicks. Penes. Ok.
All right. Dick's Sporting Goods.
Dicks.
Dick's.
We're so fucking stupid. I am so fucking stupid. Can't drag you guys with me.
Hey, we're all mentally 12 years old.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
This is why we like to have fun. Go ahead.
We're bouncing off of this 21 EMA and this 61.8% level on the weekly, which is at $201.80. We're getting momentum starting to flatline, and if we can start to flip back up over here, we're making. Is there any divergence? Yeah, so it's making hidden bullish divergence over here. So if we can make this a lower low, then we can target based on that divergence this 50% range, which is $243. But on the counterpoint on the weekly, we're getting a fresh sell signal on the jewel. So if we do close anywhere like here or lower, this is going to confirm as a sell signal, and then we would most likely go down towards this 55 EMA, which lines up with this previous bottom right here, which is around currently $175.
One question. So we are bouncing off right now the 201.68. Where is the low that we don't want to lose?
We don't want to lose 201.62.
Okay. Yeah. So basically,
if we lose that, then we're very likely to come down towards 175.
Got it. Even though there's a bullish, a hidden bullish divergence.
Yeah, but it's not confirmed yet
because it's not confirmed. Got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
We would have to get a local low confirmed in there to have that divergence active, and to get a local low, we'd have to close above 213. So and that would confirm the divergence. Right now, we're getting on the daily, we're getting the same bounce here at the 88.3% level, with momentum pointed heavily towards the downside, and we're losing our buy signal, and we're also starting to flip the jewel heavily towards the downside. So what it seems likely is going to happen is that if we do hold this bounce right here on this daily close, we'd come back up to retest somewhere around this 55 EMA, around 209 to 210, reject there, and then end up going lower towards that 175 target. Go to the 4 hour. 4 hours giving us the same thing. We're getting downwards momentum, we're getting upwards volatility, and we're getting a sell signal. Right now, the 4 hours looking like we're going to retest this wick right here. If we do bounce, probably go back up towards this 200 SMA. I think we're going to reject it and end up going lower toward that 175. Because what you see right here, when we lost this 200, we ended up reclaiming it and we went up higher. And as you can see, the significance of this 200, the last time we bounced up here before we hit these highs, we didn't test it for like a long time. Right here, when we broke out, when we broke out from like 115 towards the current highs, that was a breakout on the 200 SMA. And we currently have a gap right here where we have not filled this gap at around $120. That also supports the idea that we would go lower, is that we still have that unfilled gap right there. To invalidate this idea, we'd have to close above the silver cross to the downside, and we'd have to close above $212.17. If we close above that, then this whole downtrend is invalidated, and we're going to probably go up towards $238 to $240. For right now, I would bet towards us going down because it looks very bearish.
Yeah, it does. It really does. Even though it just made a fresh new high, even on the weekly compared to the last one, I can see all of the SMAs, EMAs that we're fighting with. So let's go. All right. Bueno, ahí les va. Básicamente estamos viendo Dick's Sporting Goods, que es una empresa que vende, es como Deportes Martí para los que viven en México, de cosas deportivas. Vas y te compras tus balones de soccer, de americano, tus playeras de Cristiano Ronaldo, la de tu jugador de hockey favorito, o todas las pendejadas que usas para hacer deporte, también las venden ahí. Super tienda, les ha ido muy bien todo este tiempo. Hemos visto que logran, aparte, otro máximo encima de esto, pero este parece ser uno de esos famosos topes en M. Cuando ves un famoso tope en M, se ve así con un bajo y un alto más alto, y eso es el tope. Es el famoso tope de McDonald's, fue el que se llevó a Bitcoin al pito. Rápidamente, viendo la semanal, estamos viendo que en la semanal estamos rebotando en los 200, en la zona de los 201,62 centavos. El momentum está yéndose de lado. Si no podemos hacer que se voltee para arriba el momentum y no llegamos a hacer ahora sí que superar el EMA del EMA 9, que está más o menos por ahí de los 213. Si no tenemos un cierre por ahí, muy probablemente nuestro objetivo para abajo sean los $175. Algo que está más o menos por acá, esta zona de acá. Una vez más, necesitamos poder cerrar arriba de 213. Si cierras arriba de $213, no pierdes el bajo más bajo que está acá, o el mismo local de los 197 o hasta 199, eso probablemente te indicaría que vas a dar un buen rebote a la alza y pondrías un objetivo en los 243. Una vez más, el precio está en 204 y estamos buscando altos históricos que son 234. Podríamos ir hasta 243 simplemente con todo ese momentum al alza. Pero una vez más, en lo que se refiere a la diaria, el Joule nos dio una señal de venta, pero recientemente fresca, que nos pone también como objetivo los 175. Así que muy importante el área de los 213, muy importante el EMA 9 y no perderlo, porque básicamente eso, vean lo que pasa cuando lo perdemos. La última vez que lo perdimos por acá, esto fue lo que pasó. El precio llegó a caer un 50%. Es un gran golpe. Acá lo volvimos a perder. Vean nada más, lo volvimos a perder acá y el precio cayó casi un 30%. Entonces, importante poder mantenerlo, si no, eso coincidiría probablemente con estas caídas. Vamos a verlo, el IMI 9 está en el 210, aquí lo tenemos. 11, un 20 y tantos por ciento te lleva a los 150 y uno como el de antes, de 50, te lleva justamente a esta parte de abajo. Interesante, que está en los 101. Ahí está. Estos son tus niveles en Dick's Sporting Good. Boys, we fucking did it. We are live. It's been 4 hours and 10 minutes. Oh, is there anything you guys want to do, say, before we leave and go live our own lives today?
You're muted.
Wait, you're muted.
Let's tell the good people where they can trade with us.
That's right. Oh, what do you mean?
On
Discord or BitGet? Okay, so let's do that first, and we'll tell people that they can go check out the Discord before, which is absolutely free for everyone to go chat. 1 second. Vale, pues les voy a dejar aquí una vez más el enlace de BitGet para ir a apoyar a estos señorones, si pueden, por favor, si ya están tradeando, ¿cómo de que no? Si no, también les quiero dar el enlace del Discord de estos tíos. Déjenme, lo voy a buscar en mi buscador, porque honestamente comparten todo el maldito día ahí de agrapa y muy poca gente lo sabe. Entonces las voy a dejar acá. No sé cómo compartir un Discord. Espero que esto les funcione. Pero, bueno, es que ya estoy viejo. Pero les dejo el Discord de estos tíos también aquí abajo para que se vayan a dar una vuelta. Muchísimas gracias a todos ustedes por acompañarnos. Gracias a estos cracks por estar aquí con nosotros. Y pues ya, ahí quedamos. Les dejo aquí el Discord en los comentarios. Y cualquier cosa, si no, por favor, búsquenlos en... ¿Cómo se llama? Espérenme, esto no va a funcionar. Wait, this is not going to work. How the fuck do you share a Discord link?
That's interesting.
It's like, oh, hang on. I know. I remember now. Invite people. I got it. I got it, boys. It's like my youth is coming back to me right now. Ahí está. Ahí está el Discord. Ahora sí, el oficial, el bueno, lo tenemos por acá. Gracias a todos ustedes por estar aquí con nosotros. Thank you so much, guys. Everybody's saying thank you and that they love you very much. Clearly, they don't fucking care about me. So good for you guys. Enjoy the love.
No, always a good time. I'm always like tuning in.
Thank you. No. Thank you, guys. I hope some of these guys can take advantage and take the entry for Bitcoin. Maybe they heard about Solana. Maybe they're enjoying that already. Maybe not.
Yeah.
We'll see.
If they want to give me a nice birthday present, they can just click on that referral link.
There you go. That's absolutely that.
And jump in on the Discord too, because it's active and I post all my thoughts there. And so
that's what I said.
So, yeah, it's a good time.
Everyone there. Hopefully, we'll get some people there. Awesome. And if not, we'll be more prepared. We'll put the Discord on the description for the next one. But either way, we're good. Thank you so much, guys. All righty. This is it. We're done, guys. Thank you so much for watching. Muchísimas gracias por vernos. Nos vemos la próxima. Pórtense bien.